Okay, so I will call the meeting of the Planning Commission. I will call the meeting of the Planning Commission of Sebastopol to order for December 14th, 2021. And let us start with I'm hearing somebody echoing. So, who's ever echoing, can you please turn your, can you please mute yourself? Thanks. So let's start with my Zoom meeting script. This meeting is being conducted utilizing teleconferencing and electronic means consistent with State of California executive orders regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Zoom is being utilized for this meeting. In case of technical issues, meetings will be uploaded to the city website as soon as possible after this meeting. We will be conducting today's meeting in a virtual setting using Zoom. Planning commissioners and staff are participating from remote locations, practicing appropriate social distancing. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting by use of Zoom as noted on the city's website and as noted on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to speak to the Planning Commission may do so during public comment or may comment on agenda items during the discussion of each item and must be logged into Zoom. Anyone using abusive, vulgar, offensive, threatening, or harassing language, personal attacks of any kind, or offensive terms that target specific individuals or groups will be muted and removed from the meeting. Please do not abuse this new way to provide public comment. And with that, I will ask for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Fritz. We'll start off with Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Burns.
Sorry, I was muted here.
No problem. Vice Chair Ottinger.
Here.
And Chair Fritz.
Here.
And Commissioner Dauch is not feeling well today, so he will not be joining us.
Thank you. We do have minutes to review from the October 12th meeting. Does anyone have any clarifications to those minutes that they would like to bring forward? Not seeing anyone with any comments. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes of whatever date that was,
October 12th.
October 12th, as presented.
I'll second that, Linda Kelly.
Thank you. Any further comments? Could we please have a roll call for the vote, please?
Sure. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I will abstain.
Okay. That's true. You were absent that meeting. Commissioner Burns.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ottinger.
Yes.
And Chair Fritz.
Yes.
All right. So we do have 4 yeses, and that is a quorum of the commission. So those minutes are approved.
All right. Next, we have opportunity for members of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. So if you have an item that you would like to bring to the commission that's not either the Calder Creek item or the housing element, now is your opportunity to do so. Please raise your virtual or real hand if we can see you, and we will call on you and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, I'm not seeing any.
All right, then we will close the public comment. Do any planning commissioners have a conflict of interest they need to bring forward? Okay, then moving right along to our regular agenda items. And the first one we have is the Calder Creek Naturalization Project. So would you like to introduce this to Carrie?
Yes, thank you, Chair Fritz. So this item is, I think, the third meeting working with our this is our fellow Jessica Hall and Anne Riley from the Waterway Restoration Institute. I see we do also have Jeremy Svela from GHD, who's doing the hydrology study and some other more technical studies for the city related to stormwater and the hydrology of the creek. This is a project to look at naturalizing Calder Creek both within Ives Park, but as creeks aren't on any one parcel, it does get into some, how could we improve the creek setting upstream and downstream as well. I think our last meeting was shortly after the October rainstorm where the Calder Creek, where it's channeled at Abbott and Petaluma, had some flooding issues. So we are looking at some of the downstream options for improvements there. But this project is focusing on the design options from the input the Planning Commission gave to Jessica and Riley at the last Planning Commission meeting, bringing back some design conceptual options to present to the Commission for input and the community as well. We may be taking this, most likely we'll be taking, if there's a clear preferred option from the Commission, taking that to the City Council to before we go ahead and have Jessica and Riley detail out that design and flush that out to do a check in the City Council. But tonight is the night for her to present the various options. Leading up to this, we did have a design charrette with the Ives Park subcommittee. So thank you, Vice Chair Ottinger and Chair Fernandez, who are on that subcommittee for your time helping us with this project. And with that, I will hand it over to Jessica for the presentation.
Thank you for that introduction. Hi, everyone. It's great to see you here on Zoom. I'm going to share my screen and hopefully get this right the first time. So I think you are seeing this picture here of the overall. Okay, great. So we're gonna, as Carrie said, I'm gonna run through some concept alternatives, but we've got to start with just a little bit of kind of framing how we got to where we are. What you see on the screen here are 4 zones. And, you know, as we've been looking at the creek in terms of what we're doing with Sebastopol, with the city, these sort of areas of the creek that go through streets, the park, downtown, and down to Railroad Forest. Those are kind of discrete zones that we've broken them up into that we're going to be studying options that we think might be good for the creek, that might work within your environment. Tonight, obviously, we're focusing on, am I advancing? We're focusing really on just Ives Park and downtown, and really just on Ives Park with just a little touch on some ideas we have for downtown. But to give you a little background, how we got to some of the things we're going to show you, just want to share a little bit about our process. And so we had to study the drainage area so that we understand how much water is coming through the stream channel. And that has a relationship to the size of the channel, its width, its depth, and some other features of it that the floodplains that develop, even the meanders and things like that can be influenced by the size of the watershed, as well as the slope. We'll get into that some more. So having looked at that, here's our little zones of the intersection area at Jewel and Bodega. And we have the park and the downtown area and that Railroad Forest area, these sort of color codes that we've created. And our drainage area analysis shows some initial design criteria for the channel width, depth, and what I would call the minimal floodplain. It's called the flood prone width. Those are some parameters that give us something to start designing from. And
Excuse me, Jessica, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I think it'd be great, if important for public knowledge, just to introduce your background and also Riley's. I think it's very important. And those of you that don't know you,
sure,
where that experience comes from. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for that. I'm Jessica Hall. I'm a landscape architect. I have a design studio called Wildling Design Studio. And I'm working with Ann Riley, who is a national expert in urban stream restoration. And she is the founder and director of the Waterways Restoration Institute. I have known and considered Riley a mentor for, gosh, 20 years now. And in this past year, I received a fellowship that enabled me to be able to do some more focused work with her through the Waterways Restoration Institute. And that fellowship was through the Switzer Foundation. They support environmental leadership in students and professionals. And with that, we came to this project to see what we could do to propose solutions to restore the streams here. My background in landscape architecture, I should also add, has focused on urban streams and watersheds in particular, as well as landscaping with native plants, very ecologically focused. Going back to the presentation, we're using what's called regional reference criteria. There are regional curves that establish some of these parameters that are based on surveys over many, many streams of a watershed. And the hydrologist Luna Leopold, who is the son of Aldo Leopold, you might recognize that name. Luna actually, along with some other hydrologists, developed these regional curves as a way of approaching stream restoration a number of decades ago. And they have proven to be very helpful for establishing some baseline criteria. And then, so going from that to the site a little bit, I obtained some storm drain as-built from the Sonoma Valley Water Agency, as well as sewer data from the city of Sebastopol. We had also been provided the base files for the Ives Park master plan that GHD provided for us on behalf of the city of Sebastopol. And with that data, I was able to piece together a profile, which is a slope of the channel from its top extent of what we're studying down to the bottom extent of what we're studying. And so what you see here is a representation of the pipe and the channel in the gray line. And the green line represents the surface of the adjacent land. And there are some little other additional gray areas. There's a little gray dot here. There's a gray line in the middle, and there's another gray dot at the bottom. And what these represent are sewer lines that are either crossing the channel or running parallel to them nearby. And so that's just really helpful reference information for us as we're thinking about what we can do and what might be constraints for daylighting or naturalizing the stream. We also put in, as you can see, intersections and just as visual reference, kind of where they are, what they look like. And also the sewer line that we all know and see in Ives Park is this gray dot that's there. I'm going to come back to that, but I want to talk a little bit more about stream geometry. The profile is the first piece of information, or maybe the second after the drainage area, but it's an important piece of information because it gives us slopes. And the slope has a relationship to meander. And so one of the ways that when you've got a channelized stream that you can start to think about, well, how much meander do I put back in the stream and how much length of stream do I need to have in order to get the stream slope shallow enough for it to be a stable stream? We do a ratio of what Riley calls fish over crow, which is if you think about the straight line distance from where your stream is beginning to where it ends, that's as the crow flies. And if you think about the meandering distance of that same reach, sort of what the fish swims. And so that ratio is developed. And for our stream at Ives Park, it came out to 1.3, which means that for every foot of straight line distance, we need 1.3 feet of restored stream distance in order for it to be a stable stream. And by stable, what we mean is it still erodes and it still deposits sediment, but it does it in equilibrium so that where it's scouring out, it's also depositing new. That maintains the channel form. That means that you don't have the kind of massive erosion events that often cause problems. And so, so this is very important to understand this criteria as a reference to help us build in what the stream should look like. We also did some work on the sinuosity and sort of estimating what that should be. It's also a relationship related to the width of the channel. And, you know, I'm not going to get into the radii of this. And this is a good representation of the form of what we're looking for here. Doesn't have to be exact. Nature is not so careful in how things lay out, but this gives us a sort of ballpark of curvature. So having said that, I want to come back to this issue of the sewer line. And so I've just brought this slide back to refer back to that issue. Because we had the as-built information for the storm drains and the sewer lines, and we had a sense of what our stream slope would be, what kind of length we're looking for, we're able to calculate not just the location, the invert or the position of the sewer line, but we were also able to calculate what the elevation of the channel would be where they were likely to cross. And so with that, we're able to see whether or not there's room for water to pass underneath the sewer line, and to think about how it might be protected. Currently, it is not protected, and apparently it hasn't been an issue. I don't know a whole lot of backstory about it, but you know, it can be encased between joists of a bridge, for example, or it could be encased in concrete and hung from a taller bridge. So we have two scenarios here for how it could be protected. Of course, in either case, these bridges can become obstructions if there's a lot of brush washing downstream. And so this will need to be modeled to see what the effects on the stream channel and the floodplain would be as water's backing up if it gets obstructed. So important caveat there, but we think that these are strategies that can help us get to being able to restore the stream as we if we move forward with something. And so I just want to touch base on the downtown area. I said, you know, we're going to really focus on Ives Park, but just, you know, we haven't had a chance yet to really think about how we would apply a concept across the entirety of the downtown, or which portions of it we would be able to apply it to. But this is the concept we're thinking of. It's very much, as Riley has said in previous presentations, very focused on a sort of San Luis Obispo downtown feel to it, where you have the channel is still within some flood walls, but it's terraced and it has a soft bottom. So you're able to bring nature back into the downtown area. And if you can imagine, here's a shop, maybe it's the taqueria, maybe it's some other kind of commercial venture that opens up to a terrace where people can sit and enjoy the views of the creek, enjoy the shade and the cooling of the trees. And they could go on a walk, or they could take a ramp or stairs that bring them down lower and closer to the creek. And there would be also access down to the creek bottom. And so that's the concept we're playing with for the downtown area. Like I said, it's very preliminary. So focusing in on Ives Park, I've talked a bit about this sort of stream geometry and how important it is for the design of the creek. So we have three alternatives that are really focused on what are the alignments. And so we've given them these very exciting names: Constrained Creek and Updated Charrette and Stable Planform Creek. Not to influence you unduly, but this is actually the more stable creek scenario. And as we apply them to the park, I'm going to walk you through what that looks like for the different versions, beginning with the Constrained Creek. Now, this is actually using much of the existing stream channel and corridor area as you know it today. And what we're doing here is showing a kind of, you know, I think minimal impact to how you currently understand the park in that regard. And it doesn't have the same stream length, you know, that 1.3 that we're talking about. It doesn't quite get there. So there would have to be other things done to the creek to help it maintain its stability. Things like drop structures, or sorry, not drop structures, grade control, things like that, that would help to make up for that loss of length. And so, you know, I'm going to walk you through this, but this gives you a good general kind of overview of what we're looking at. Starting at the downstream end. So we're going to go from downstream to upstream. Here you've got High Street, and you have this entry walk. It's a multi-purpose road, or not road, pathway. And you have this art walk. So you already have these art mounts, this sort of sculpture mounts in this area. Some might need to be relocated as a part of this, but you're able to have your art walk. The creek itself becomes a backdrop to more sculpture mounts so that you can enjoy it from both sides. You have a real sculpture garden effect here. If you wanted to cross the stream, there's a small bridge, and there's a seating area with some steps terraced down to a little beach alongside the creek. And then you can also continue to walk down the trail further upstream. Moving on, as you come into the center part of the creek, you see a couple of picnic areas. There's one that's off that got cut out as I did this enlargements. But so there's these picnic areas that are tucked into the creek corridor. So you have this nice sort of beam surrounded by the riparian forest type experience and little passages that take you to the creek's edge if you want to get to the water. There's also a little trail that takes you to an informal crossing, some roads, some stones in the path in the creek that you can cross over. So there's this nice little informal crossing. The rose garden, I put it here so it's somewhat central. So as you're coming through, you get to see the roses on your way through the park. And you have a lawn area here. And I think below, I think I didn't really talk about that. I'll have to go back. You have barbecue pit relocated, so it's central, and it also that puts it near the restrooms. And another bridge crossing. This is part of a maintenance pathway. So all designs have this. All designs also have this bridge, which is where that sewer line is protected within a bridge structure. And so at the bottom, the upstream end of the creek, you have the relocated playground over here. So the playground is near the barbecue pit. It's also near the bathrooms. And then there's an entry landscaping at the bottom end. You can see there's a small lawn on the opposite bank of the creek from the entry pathway. So there's a sort of main pathway that is very similar to the path you currently have. And then there's an alternative path that is more of a trail feel to it that is across the creek. And it loops around various features, but it gives you a complete loop on both sides of the creek. I want to go back and just back to the overview. So the event space gets relocated to this area between the pool and the art center. And so in this scenario, the playground is on the left here and the event space is on the right, and that enables there to be a much larger being accommodated. So that's our constrained creek scenario. Moving forward to the updated charrette. So when we had the design charrette, we had an alignment. When I went back and we really focused on how the various features of the park integrate in with it. And when I went back to kind of formalize it, I realized I needed to get a little more creek wiggliness in. And so I modified the alignment and made some adjustments to that. So for Everett and Kathy, you might see a few changes, but hopefully it rings true to our conversation still. So in this version, just kind of overlooking the whole picture here, the playground is here on the right with easy access to the parking area of the art center. And then the event area is enlarged. We're able to, and I should have said this in the first scenario as well, we're able to preserve some of the redwood trees. In this one, you can see that this stand is well protected. I think in the other one, this one its future is a little uncertain, but we're able to protect a lot of the redwood area in the prior one as well as in this one. And so those are the two major features I wanted to point out before diving into a closer up view. Oh, and also I should just say that the barbecues got relocated over to here. So they're kind of in this nice little area, kind of nestled where there's a little bit of grade change. So it feels nestled against something. So starting at the downstream extent, it's a very similar kind of entry where you have your art walk, and the creek provides part of the context for that. When you cross the creek, we have, instead of terracing down to the creek, there's a sort of little simpler moment of peace and quiet with a bench against some landscaping. But you also, again, have a trail following the creek. And then as you go into a more central view of things, there's a small lawn. And as I mentioned, there's the playground. And you can see again that there's a picnic area nestled alongside the creek corridor with a little trail behind it and some stepping stones across the creek. There's also a beach that is not programmed. So someone could come up along here and just hang out on this little beach along the creek. And then there's this bridge and another picnic area that you can see that's nestled in. The bottom stretch of this, you have your lawn area with the stage. The existing stages are exactly where they were before. And then here's one more picnic area brought in, and the rose garden is now at the entry to the park here on Jewel and Willow, which, you know, south exposure. So that's the updated charrette scenario. And then moving on to the stable plan form, I was encouraged to explore what happens if there are no ball fields. And so I like to think of this as the creek's gone wild scenario, where it's taking over the park. And in this one, what we have, as you can see, the creek very much shapes how the park is laid out. And with that, it gives you some new features that I'll talk about. And it creates a really great, a large-sized central enlarged great lawn. So starting from the top, we have, again, a very similar condition here with the art walk. There, I did, just for fun, I threw in a sculpture mount on the opposite side of the creek, so you could have views across the creek to see sculptures as well. And that's something that could be done in any of the scenarios. And I didn't put any special features at the bend here. So those are all things that we can add or not have, depending on what we want. I may have put too many bridges in this scenario. There's one here that could probably not be there. But as you come down this multi-use path here, there is this large lawn, there's a stage. This could be sloped, so this could be level. It could be sloped down gradually so that the creek is this backdrop to your view. If you're sitting on the lawn watching the stage, you could have, I mean, the creek, the trees of the creek will be a backdrop either way, but it could be made even more of a dramatic kind of interplay by how we grade this lawn. That would have the additional benefit of providing a little more high flood event floodplain that would help to contain some of that. As we move further down, you see that the rose garden is centrally located. There's playgrounds right next to the multi-use path on the right here. And then we added a new feature that I'm calling the fairy tale forest. What it really is doing is it's part of the riparian forest, and we're putting a trail through it and I'm suggesting it can be any number of things, but just for fun for today, I'm imagining play structures or folies that are representative of fairy tales from around the world that kids could engage with. So it's in a place where you could have some nature play that has other elements to it. On the opposite side of the creek, we are afforded some space where there could be any number of activities that could be integrated in. For today, I put in a dog park. I don't know if that's a need or a consideration at all for the community, but that just looked to me like a good dog park kind of space. So that's what I called it today. What else can I say for my arrow? So then at the bottom end here, we have some of the social facilities. We have some picnic tables against the creek. We have a barbecue area, again, nestled against this sort of gentle slope. And then a picnic area against the creek with its own beach, and a picnic area that's against the redwoods. So there's some different kinds of experiences for picnicking at this end. So that is the stable plan form version. As I mentioned, all of them have a very similar art walk entry kind of thing. And so I wanted to just draw a couple sections describing what that looks like in all scenarios. And so as you're entering, you have your multi-use path, you have your sculpture mounts, and then you have the creek initially in this confined channel condition, but it has a soft bottom. And then further down, as the creek and the floodplain opens up, you can have the art mounted, as I've said, on the opposite side of the path with the creek as its backdrop. And, and like I said, also you could even have it further down in the floodplain as long as the sculpture is floodable. And then that even engages the creek even more with that experience. And then the other place where things are very similar through all the sites is the integration of some of the compatible uses, specifically the picnic areas being nestled along the creek, some of the paths, and some informal crossings. And so this just gives a little cartoon idea of what that is like, and how by grading it down, we're able to accommodate different levels of flood events. Obviously, we haven't modeled this. We don't know what kind of storm these different levels accommodate, but this creates a safer condition for a number of reasons in a number of different ways. Obviously, when it's raining, people would have to have the common sense not to be in this area. And I don't know if that's part of an education campaign or if you do want to have some low fencing or something that manages that. But I know there are parks like this throughout the nation even, but even in the East Bay, there are parks like this where people know to not be in the creek at certain times. So I think it's within the realm of reasonable to have these kinds of compatible uses with the park. So a summary here of the different scenarios we have and some of their features. I hate to be that person who reads it all out to you, but I'm going to do that just so that it's all been said. So our constrained scenario is that it's closest to the current alignment in terms of how it's laid out. It preserves some of the redwood trees. It has the playground near the barbecue and the restroom. It has an event area with a large lawn. The rose garden is centrally located. The seating area it has seating areas by the creek with stepped access. And as the stream lengths go, it is the least stable stream length. Our updated charrette has a new alignment that winds through the park. It probably preserves more redwood trees because of the way it skirts them. The playground area is near the arts building parking lot. The event lawn includes the preserved redwoods, and so you have to think about how that looks or feels. The rose garden is at the Jewel entry, and the stream length is on target for a stable stream. The stable planform creek is defining the park. It preserves some of the redwood trees. How many depends on when we get more information about grading. The playground is near the arts building parking as well. And the largest event and Great Lawn area is in this plan, and it's central. It really helps to define a sense of arrival to that place. There's a new fairy tale forest or other kinds of nature play. There's a new dog park or other medium-sized lawn activity area. There's a small lawn area, and the stream length and planform is the most stable of all of them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you guys to discuss and give us some feedback.
Great, thank you, Jessica. First, we'll start with just questions from the commission. So does anyone have any questions for Jessica and any of these designs? Everett, why don't you go ahead?
Great, thank you. Just because maybe this may be asked later, is there any possibility or design that makes sense that would save all the redwood trees, or is that basically not attainable on trying to set up a stable Creek?
I think that the updated charrette is the most certain in terms of being able to preserve the most trees. I think that it does actually preserve all of the trees in concept right now. There are issues because the grading will impact the roots, and because by moving the channel out of its current alignment, the way you deal with that void that's left by the old channel could impact the roots as well. And so that's a consideration with all of them. And I'm not sure. I think that stable plan form 1 has a fighting chance of being able to preserve the redwood trees similarly. As we go through here on the constrained one, the first batch of redwoods can be preserved. The second batch, I think, get too impacted by the floodplain of the channel, the grading.
Okay. And thank you for that. By the way, excellent presentation. Really appreciate all the work you've done with it. So on the stable platform, you mentioned the, call it the events area that could be graded. What effect would that have of using that as, would it like extra, I don't know what the technical term for runoff water, or how, to absorb some of that? What effect do you think that would have either downstream, or what does that create?
Well, I don't really think of it as creating more runoff per se. In this scenario, the lawn will run off some water, but you have this vegetated buffer that is being created by the restoration. And that's going to mitigate a lot of any impact from that. And the lawn itself is permeable. In your typical sort of lower flow storm or smaller storm event, it's going to still absorb water. In a higher storm, it might be more likely to run off. You're going to get more sheet flow off of it, but not like, but I think that would be true of any kind of landscape area in a really severe storm event.
Okay, yeah, and I guess maybe runoff wasn't the proper term, but I guess I was just seeing what positive effects of having that, like, is it going to absorb generally more water and keep maybe farther down the stream from flooding, or create kind of help with all of that? So I'm just looking to see what the effect of that is.
I see. Well, I think that, superficially speaking, I don't know that it creates more or less benefit, because you're not increasing paving and you're not necessarily decreasing paving.
Okay.
So in all these scenarios, the amount of paving is about the same. The ball field itself is a permeable surface. So removing the ball field doesn't necessarily reduce runoff.
Got it. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Deborah.
I remember to unmute. So I had the same question about the redwoods. Thank you so much, Commissioner Fernandez, for bringing that up. And thank you so much, Jessica, for this wonderful presentation you had for us tonight. My question is, with the drought conditions we have been under and the potential for more drought to come, with some of the fields that you have in the rose gardens and some of the planting, is it a possibility to have an element to this where there could be some rainwater capture to use for irrigation to maintain some of this beautiful landscaping that is there?
I think that's a definite option. If you could work with some of the existing topography and the existing paved areas to do some stormwater capture, that would definitely be something you could do. Obviously, also, I think it's really important to have a landscape that is low water using.
Right.
And so if you're taking on any of these scenarios, there's a certain amount of re-landscaping that would be inherent to the work. And that could, really focus on low water using plants outside of the riparian zone.
Yeah, Mike, looking at it, I was just looking at the larger lawns, that obviously takes a lot of water to maintain. So
Yeah.
would that be out of your scope looking at rainwater capture for this? Is that something that you?
So I could certainly recommend some areas for capture. I'm probably not going to be designing it at this level. If you have roofs, like the roofs around the pool building, I know it's an open air facility, but where there are roofs, just being able to have rainwater capture systems in place around that would be example of the kinds of things I could identify.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Kathy? Nope,
You're not muted.
you're muted, Kathy.
Yes, thank you for the 3 alternatives that you've presented. But just because we have a master plan for the park that shows the Willow and Jewel end of the park of the creek capped, did you give that any thought or consideration? And in particular, if you did, or if it were capped, is it possible then to change some of the grade issues that require the inundation of the modulation of the creek as it winds its way downhill? I guess that's 2 parts of the question.
Sure. So, the first part is, our involvement in this really came from the desire of folks to really think about restoring the stream and protecting the stream. And so capping it would be kind of working in a different direction from that. So that was never a consideration for what we were doing. The other question is, if it was capped, the amount of stream that would be left open we would be applying similar kinds of processes to it. So it would still need to have a ratio of 1.3 for stream length. It would just be a shorter overall length that we were doing that within. So there would still be a lot of the same issues. They would just be those issues for a smaller segment of the park.
This is Riley. One of the issues that capping would create is permit issues. I have about 25 years into the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. And the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the regional boards don't want to write permits for capping creeks at this time in our history. They want to see restoration projects. The other barrier to capping is trying to attract grant funds. So we have a number of state grant programs that we typically use for these kinds of projects. But the guidelines written into these state programs are for restoration of the natural resources, public access, interpretive signage, that kind of thing. So we wanted to not create barriers, institutional permitting and funding barriers.
Yeah, thank you. I mainly wanted to bring this up because it was in the master plan, and now we have it on the record that you have answered that question and the considerations that are in place. So thank you very much.
Yeah, the other thing that struck me in terms of the difference between these plans and the master plan is the master plan seems to take out all the redwoods. And this plan goes over backwards to try to save redwoods. And what we were hearing from a number of community members is those redwoods were very important to them. So that is another part of this story.
Yes, thank you.
Linda, did you have any questions at this time?
just wondering if there was analysis done of the amount of shading that will be lost with any of these plans?
The amount of what was lost?
Shading?
Oh, shading. We haven't done a shade analysis. I would say that there is possibly going to be a temporary impact with grading. And I think some of the, effort to preserve the redwoods shows that there are ways to work around the existing trees. And that's something that we would definitely endeavor to do. But once you have the riparian corridor in place, you're going to have more shade because those trees that are supported by the stream and that are important for the stream's health will be increasing the amount of shade you have.
Okay, and then I unfortunately don't know a lot about redwoods and how much water they actually use. Are they deep rooted? I know that I have planted them on my property up in Mendocino County, trying to create like a little circular area for shade. And I'm surprised that irrigating them for 10 years, that they're thriving in a very hot area off of Covelo Road. So I don't know why they're doing so well. I know some people consider them trash trees because, they're very difficult in a built-up environment around, how far from buildings and how big they get and that kind of thing. So I know I wandered a little bit, but I'm just, just for my information, I know we want to save trees, but also what's an issue with the redwoods?
I'm not sure I follow what the question is.
I think she might be a little worried about would this design sustain a water-loving tree like redwoods? Is that another way of putting your question? The redwoods are maybe not typically native to Sebastopol. However, they do inherently occupy the floodplains on the tops of terraces of streams. That's where they like to live. What we're trying to do is if possible, create some floodplain area for them, which is where you would find them in a state park up near Mendocino or Humboldt County, or even up in our own local park, Redwood Park. So we're going to see if we can create that sort of floodplain and terrace environment where redwoods can thrive. But the fact that they're located near a creek means they probably have a pretty good water supply. So
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about their sustainability.
Thanks. I did have a couple of questions. First, yeah, thanks for the presentation. It was really, the graphics are really great. It was really easy to understand. So thanks for putting that all together. And it's just, any of these are just so inspiring to kind of imagine what could happen to Ox Park. So it's super exciting. I'm so happy we have this opportunity with you guys, because any of these would be so much better than what's there. But I did have a couple questions. One, Jessica, you did talk a little bit about the void in the old channel. So what are some ways that you deal with that? I mean, do you have to take out all the concrete and fill it in? How exactly does that all work, or what's that process?
Well, that's something we need to explore more in depth, but I'm thinking that there might be some partial fill, but the roots are currently established where they are. They get oxygen through their relationship they have to the soil and how permeable that soil is. And so when you cover those roots, it's like you're starving the roots out, and so they will die, and then you lose that root. And we all know that that has impacts. So there's a certain amount of impact that the tree can handle. And part of what we have to evaluate is how much, like, of everything that's happening with the restoration design, how much of that root system is being impacted. And I just want to mention that the city works with an arborist, Becky Duckle, I believe is her last name, and she's wonderful and has been very helpful and informative with giving us some baseline information about the redwoods there that relates to this. But we think that, moving forward, there will probably need to be some more careful study to really drill into it. Not the tree, but the issue.
Yeah.
But your question may have maybe broader than that. What happens to that old channel in any of these designs is after you've got a completely designed project and it's permitted and all that, and you're going into construction, the crews come in and demolish the concrete and they carry it away. And then you have excavators regrade the channel to the right dimensions and the length. So the old environment just gets removed, including the fencing.
Mhm.
And then a new creek gets graded. The regulatory agencies require a cofferdam where the creek has to be put in a pipe during construction, so that you don't mess up the water quality. And so you basically take away what you see there now and you replace it with a very different cross section and natural environment.
And then in your updated charrette option, you say the stream length is on target for stability. So does that mean that you think you can reach the appropriate ratio with that scheme, the 1.3 ratio with that scheme? Okay. And then this is kind of a general question about, kind of going back to Kathy's question about the master plan. We've met with you earlier. You talked about, grant money available to do this kind of restoration work. I'm just wondering, how do you, especially if you go to something like the stable plan form option, which is a completely different park, how does the grant money work in terms of, this is grant money for the creek restoration, but obviously there's a whole bunch of other aspects of the park that it hits upon, how is that grant defined, and how do we get other grants to supplement that to be able to do the rest of the work? Because obviously if we do something as extreme as the stable plan form, we want to be able to do the rest of it too. We can't just do the stable plan form and then leave the rest of it as a who knows what state, at that point. So I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that process.
I see Riley nodding her head, so I think she probably has a more thorough answer than I do.
Yes, I've raised funding for a lot of these projects. Typically you combine several state agency grant programs. They're very user friendly. A program like the California Natural Resources Agency River Parkways program is very open-ended about what they fund. They fund creek restoration, they fund floodplain restoration, they fund bridges, they fund paths and trails, they fund interpretive aspects. I'm trying to think, over in the city of San Pablo, they help fund a complete redevelopment of a baseball field area. Some local governments do look at redevelopment monies, although that's been less available in recent years. The Coastal Conservancy will fund a very broad range of features that are contained here. So my guess is if I was given the assignment to do fundraising for this, I would call in the Coastal Conservancy and I would call in a Natural Resources Agency as two good partners to try to make something like this happen. You know, the whole park, not
Yeah.
just pieces of it. Yeah.
Sure. And then Carrie, I guess I have a question just in terms of, you know, obviously all of these, any of these schemes completely transform the master plan. So what is the process for dealing with that? If we say we want to go ahead with stable plan form, how do we then revisit the master plan and make that adjustment so they kind of conform to each other?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Fritz. So the current Ives Park Master Plan, I know it's almost a decade old, about 8 years old, was adopted by council. So any changes to it would need to be approved by council. The process I would recommend is, because actually any of these, even the constrained, because it doesn't cap the creek, I'm recommending that we bring it to whatever the Planning Commission is recommending. And if there's a first, second, third choice, you know, that might also be helpful. Bring that to the City Council for a check-in. If we can do it in January, that would be great. I'll work with Jessica and Riley to get that scheduled. And make sure that council is acceptable of whatever direction the Planning Commission is interested in recommending and pursuing, just like a normal park, you know, like we did with Libby Park Playground. The commission recommended, and then we brought it to council for final approval. So that would be my suggestion. And then we do know that there will be other details that need to be fleshed out in terms of any other adjustments to the master plan. Council is aware of that. I did discuss that the creek would this creek design project and naturalization project would likely result in some changes and updates to the master plan. But that, to me, it made sense, since, you know, you can't just put the creek anywhere, as Jessica's explained. There are certain aspects it wants to be that's that, and obviously the pool is already built. But the looking at the creek would help inform the changes to the master plan. So let's work on this project first.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, you know, with this meeting and then going to council with whatever the Planning Commission is recommending pursuing. And then I think we can, you know, certainly Jessica's actually done a good job of trying to make sure some of those other elements are in here, but if there needs to be a little bit more of an update to the master plan after that, we can work on that as staff and a commission.
Great, thanks. And yeah, I appreciate, Jessica, you kind of incorporating all the elements, you know, that were in the master plan. You know, I think you've done a good job of sort of capturing all the various pieces in each of these schemes. So we can at least know we have the same kind of program that we're working with if we decide to move forward on one of these, and know that we can get all those pieces in. That's good to know. So if we don't have any other questions, Deborah, you have a question? Muted.
Just really quickly to tag on what you had said, Chair Fritz, is I was wondering about the financial implications for the different scenarios as well. And you know, I appreciate that the grants are available and it's something we can do, but is there, with these presentations, do we have any type of financial differentiation, like what the constrained versus the stable platform would be, or is that something that comes later on down the road?
Yeah, that would typically come later. I will say, you know, you have some infrastructure around the ball fields that would have to be worked around in either scenario. You want to be careful of. And so I'm not sure how much that would impact the cost estimates in the different scenarios. And obviously the sewer lines, I mentioned the sewer line crossing the creek, but there are some sewer cleanouts for a lateral. And we don't have information about where that lateral connects to the main. All of that would impact the design as well as costs, depending on how you address that.
Thank you so much.
All right, so I will now go to public comment. So if you're a member of the public that would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your virtual or actual hand and we will call on you, and you will have 3 minutes. There's a timer, hopefully you can see on the screen. And I will start with Lynn Diedler.
Okay, well, first of all, I have lots of comments and lots of thoughts about each of these plans. But also I feel a bit overwhelmed. This is an awful lot of information to absorb and to really think out and put all the pieces together. Are there going to be public workshops coming up where we can look at a big drawing up on a board and talk and work one plan at a time and look at the details of that? Is that going to happen in this? The other thing is, will there be large copies of each one of these plans that are made available to us to look at, think about, and mark up? And I have more questions, but I'll stop at that one.
Well, if you want to, we'll take all your questions and then we'll wait till all public comment and we'll address all those.
It wouldn't fit in 3 minutes, but.
Well, do the best you can.
Okay, next one would be, there's the island, triangular island at the corner of Jewel and Willow. It kind of halfway looks like they're incorporated into each of these plans, but I can't tell for sure. Are they or are they not? Okay, another question is, runoff was calculated in a city that's highly developed with lots of road surface and rooftops, and that drains a lot more water than natural ground. How is the calculation made from the two different surfaces or the many different surfaces? So another question is, do we really need barbecues? Santa Rosa is putting in new parks and with lots of benches and picnic areas at Howarth Park, and they don't have barbecues. They have them, and people come with preheated food or these propane barbecues that seem to work fine. And I look at those barbecues in Ives Park that we have, they're hardly ever used, and they create a cleanup problem and an obstacle problem. And for the space that they take up, I always question why we have them in these days. Okay. Keep going.
You got 24 seconds, Lynn. Keep going.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to point out is back by the fire department corner where it goes on to Jewel, there's the big grove of redwood trees. And that seems like something that's just totally overlooked in every plan I've seen, including our current master plan. That seems like an opportunity to save just a few prime trees and make a nice solid backdrop to a very private, interesting nook. But right now, all those trees have crowded, grown together so tightly that all the lower branches don't have much leaves. And you look at the fire department parking lot where you could be looking at a beautiful background of redwoods. And these are left out of many plans.
All right. Thank you, Lynn. We'll take those. We'll answer your questions after we finish all the public comment. Joshua.
Thank you, Bill. Excuse me, I've had a bit of a cold. Yeah, my name is Joshua Sumane. I'm trained as a landscape architect. As it happens, I'm also on the City Climate Action Committee. I really appreciate all the research and work that's gone into this and all the considerations coming in there. And I feel like I'm playing catch up on this whole process to a certain extent. So I'm going to raise a few issues. Forgive me if they've already been addressed in your previous discussions. One, I'm really sympathetic to creek naturalization and the aspirations and the ethics involved in that. But for Sebastopol not being a small town, this is a pretty urban park. And as such, its main user groups, aside from the summer events, which bring a lot of people but happen for a pretty short time, are young children and homeless people, frankly. These populations have really different needs, obviously, but issues that come up with respect to that is safety and visibility. And so a naturalized stream channel tends to be noteworthy for its density of shrubbery. And if we're really talking about having these little pockets tucked in all the way along there where it's hard to see through, how those pockets might get used is not, programmable for the city. And it in some ways, goes against the concerns of safety and visibility that are sort of inherent in this kind of urban situation. So that's just one consideration. Secondly, upstream of the park, a little bit west of Jewel, there's a long-standing hobby farm there that is packed with all kinds of different livestock, no riparian buffers. In any rain event, a certain amount of manure is washing directly into the creek. This is about a block away from the park. So we really can't assume that the water quality in the creek is that good overall. I wonder if there's any consideration to something that details along the lines of constructed wetlands or those sort of more intensive green stormwater details. And finally, there's a really long stretch of the creek in what you're calling the railroad forest on the other side of Petaluma Road, where the creek is already exposed and there's a lot more lateral space there. In terms of flood mitigation and habitat creation and just channel manipulation, I would suggest that there's more potential over there for an ecological impact than actually in the middle of this park. However sweet the aesthetics of it could be within the park setting itself. So that's it for me. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment? Joan, I see your hand up.
Okay, great.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to say, again, thanks for the presentation. Really informative and inspiring to see these possibilities. I'm curious to hear a little bit of response about two things. One is if we went with the more constrained approach and the stream length, as you're characterizing it, as is less stable, what would that mean? I'm guessing that means it would need some rock or some other way of stabilizing, but I'm curious to hear from your perspectives what that would require if we did go with that more constrained approach. And then on the fully stable plan form, which personally I would love to see, I guess it's really more of a topic for the whole planning commission, but I wonder about the feasibility of eliminating the ball field. I'm sure that's been raised, but I'm curious to hear folks talk about that if you think that there's any possibility of allowing the creek that extra room, but eliminating the ball field, which is very heavily used and dearly beloved by a portion of the population. But all in all, I just want to thank you and look forward to seeing this progress.
Thank you, Joan. Anyone else?
I do not see any. We did have one question in the chat asking where the first bridge was on one of the scenarios. I don't know if Jessica can maybe address that when we go through the questions.
Great, thanks for bringing that up, Carrie. So let's go back to the questions. So starting with Lynn's question about future public opportunities for public comment or being able to get copies of the proposed plans. I know at tonight's meeting, we're going to be making a recommendation to the city council. So obviously it's going to the city council after this, but will there be any other public comment opportunities?
So yes, so Chair, for this, I suggested earlier we will bring in the city council. The the Planning Commission's recommendations in these three schemes. So that certainly we can, I can work with Jessica to put these up on the city's website so they're available for people to download and, you know, be able to study more thoroughly. That certainly will be, you know, a month out before it goes to the city council at least. So there should be plenty of time to do that. And so that will certainly be another public comment opportunity. And then, of course, the whichever scheme is selected and recommended, Jessica and Riley are going to be working to develop further, and that will come back to the Planning Commission, where obviously additional public comment. And I think for that one, Jessica, perhaps we should make sure that we schedule it so that we can get the drawings published ahead of time, so they're in the packet so people can study them before the meeting as well. This is kind of an interactive workshop in itself, and was with the Ivy Park Master Plan Subcommittee. So these are sort of works in progress, and then of course that final design would go to City Council for approval as well. So we've got a few public meetings coming up.
Right. And then the question about do all these three plans incorporate the kind of street, you know, how Willow curves around into Jewel? Are these kind of the current configuration of the park?
That's a great question, and I feel a little bit busted because I didn't mention that. So I did make an assumption based on some of the alternatives that the city had sought input on previously. I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, but Carrie provided me with some potential ways of dealing with that intersection. And I did bump out the park a little bit and take advantage of one of those concepts. In the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned we have these zones where we're looking at the creek, and one of those zones is in that intersection, depending on different approaches to how you deal with the traffic flow there. And so we will be playing around with that a little bit more, and be presenting Carrie with some ideas for that intersection that are more about the creek in relationship to the traffic flow.
Right, and just to clarify a little bit further, the incorporation of that bit of roadway and median is in the Ivy Park Master Plan. And previous, I believe it was after the master plan, but a couple of years ago, at least, W-Trans, the city's traffic consultant, did do some work for engineering to bring some options to council. And so those are the, I don't recall exactly which was recommended by council, but all of them were viable. And so I had sent that to Jessica, and feel that, you know, that certainly further discussion on that intersection is valid as part of this project.
Great, thank you. And then Jessica, can you talk a little bit about how your kind of water hydrology calculations, taking into account the you know, non-permeable surfaces throughout town?
So, you know, the initial restoration planning that we're doing is using regional references for sizing the channel itself and thinking about things like the stream length. What does need to happen that's a little bit outside of our scope, although we're going to do some preliminary hydrology that uses, again, kind of references, and Riley can speak to that more clearly than I can. What's really pending is a hydraulics and hydrology study, and GHD is working with the city on exactly that kind of thing. And so what we're hoping is that if one of these scenarios or some version that comes out of this is seen as worth pursuing, that can be integrated into the work that GHD is doing with their flood modeling.
You know, the hydrology, we can't do the design without hydrology. So there's kind of a chicken and egg thing here. So we have gone to the Sonoma County Water Agency Stormwater Flood Manual, and they recommend using a multiple regression analysis that the U.S. Geological Survey has formulated. And so we're following the Sonoma County Water Agency recommendations for how to calculate the hydrology. We're also using the hydrology that was calculated by the consulting firm report for the park from a few years ago, which nicely overlaps with the US Geological Survey multiple regression analysis. So yeah, we're using standard, really engineering practice in terms of coming up with our own hydrology estimates. We're looking forward to having those fine-tuned or confirmed by the engineering firm.
Great, thank you. And I don't think we need, the question about the barbecues and the Redwood Grove, that's something I think, the commission needs to think about as we talk about the future of the park and any revisions to the master plan. So I don't think we need to discuss that right now. And then Joshua's questions about, sort of safety, security, and, how brushy, kind of how many hiding places this whole kind of thing will have, or how do you prevent that from happening? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's something that came up in, I think, two of our earlier presentations. And Riley has spoken to this point before as well, where, you can select species in your landscape plan that provide, visual access into recessed areas. And so I think that if this were to go forward, that's definitely part of what we would be doing, is thinking about the creek corridor from a surveillance standpoint. I hate to use that word, but that's what it is. It's maintaining that line of sight throughout. And that would be important to do, absolutely. And, I'm from an urban area. I think we all live and deal with some issues in urban areas and are familiar with some of those needs for physical security.
And then any thoughts about the question about the upstream kind of little farm area and issues on water quality, or how to deal with that? Or
yes, Jessica and I have met with, was it 4 or 5?
I think we're up to 5.
5 property owners immediately upstream. And we have provided them with verbal reports on what they could do to enhance their stream corridor, stop excessive erosion and deposition, which we did see upstream, and also create buffer zones, riparian buffer zones along the creek where people could plant dogwood, willows, or other riparian species that can uptake nutrients on the corridor. So there's a real water treatment function of streamside trees that has been quantified. And so we're encouraging that kind of plant growth along the stream corridor. And I hope to work with Lynn Diebler or others to set up a workshop situation where those property owners can, under our supervision, collect some plant material and actually plant it along their stream corridor. Would like to do that sometime in January.
Great, that's exciting. Heard the comment about the railroad forest, and that's something we sort of talked a little bit about. It's a little bit outside the scope of what you're looking at right now. And then Joan's question about the impact of the constrained option, and what does that have to, what does that, how do we deal with the lesser stability of that option?
I'll try to weigh in on that. If we constrain the channel, we're going to have and constrain the floodplain, we're going to have deeper flows. We're going to have higher shear stresses. The way we would like to deal with higher shear stresses is very dense plantings on the channel bank. In some situations, we may want to, like in the downstream portion where the channel is, overly shortened because it's going into that high street culvert. We would want pretty dense plantings near the channel. We might also use some rocks as riffle zones, or even small step pool configurations if we've got like a 2% or 3% slope in one area because we can't flatten it enough. So those are the kinds of things that we do. We generally, again, back to how you get your grants and how you avoid problems with your permits. We are not going to have a design that contains riprap in it, meaning rocking the sides of the channels. So it's going to emphasize the use of soil bioengineering, which is in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Natural Resources Conservation Service engineering manuals for how you bundle plants to handle certain shear stresses. And I think in our basis of design report, we will be estimating those shear stresses so that in pounds per square foot, so that we have a quantitative view of what that's going to look like.
Great, thank you. And regarding the feasibility of eliminating the ball field, I don't know if any of us have an answer to that at this point, Joan, but that's certainly something that both the Planning Commission and the City Council, probably more the City Council, will be taking into consideration. I'm sure that will be somewhat controversial. There's certainly people that love the ball field, but so that's probably an ongoing part of this conversation. And then maybe, Jessica, could you talk about the question about the bridge location, the first bridge location?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's referencing.
I think it was, the sketch you had shown about the sewer. I think I was understanding kind of where the sewer crossing is and adding a bridge there.
Let me just go back. We're talking about this bridge, or
I think the bridge that you're adding over the sewer, that
so
sewer
right
pipe.
here.
Yeah, I think so. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I don't know what Sally references,
I wasn't sure about that either.
but this is, if you know where the sewer line is in the park presently, that's where we would be thinking about a bridge potentially. Hopefully that answers that question.
Would anyone else have a clear, response to what Sally is? I don't know that Sally reference.
And Kyle, I don't, if you're there, if you could unmute yourself and clarify what you meant by said. Oh, Sally. Okay,
Sally is engraved in the wall.
I see.
Yeah, historically it was so eroded that you could actually sit on it like a bench right there. And since it's been filled in, but over time, there's some sort of leakage that's happening in the wall at that location, and it erodes pretty regularly. But Sally is engraved in shells in the cement right there, and it appears that that's where that first bridge was.
Haven't seen Sally before.
Well, I'll be out there tomorrow looking.
We will all be looking for Sally now.
Yeah.
Little treasure hunt.
That's a test to see how carefully we walked the site, I guess.
Yeah. Great. Well, thanks for those questions and responses. I'll bring it back to the commission now for discussion and deliberation. Any thoughts about what we like, what we don't like, how to move forward, what we want to recommend to the council? Anyone want to start us off? Kathy? Mute yourself. There you go.
Yes, I will say that One of the things that I enjoy walking through the park right now, and I live up on the up Jewel, so I know a lot of people walk down Jewel and enter the park. And right now we walk along the stream all the way to High Street when we go into town. And in the third option, which was the stable platform design, the stream is away from that central main corridor. It's moved over, farther away. I suppose means it's a little bit of an alternate walk. I think right now one of the pleasant things is that when you walk through, you walk along the water. And the first two options have that feature to them. Things like maybe no barbecues. If we have them, they should be gas barbecues. But again, since most people walk through the park along the existing trail, it seems weird that you'd have your barbecues and picnic areas right along the main thoroughfare. And it seems they are currently kind of tucked away in areas that are more private. And I think that that's a good idea. I don't know if this is the time to really pick in, but this is my take on the various different designs and what makes them better or not. I don't think a rose garden is necessary. It was something that was established because people wanted one, and there was a committee that worked on it, and we don't have that right now. Knowing that there was a place where someday there could be a rose garden might work, but I don't think it's an essential feature for the park. I was also concerned about water quality in the park with people are walking through it, but it occurred to me that one of the educational programs could be something where the schools routinely test the water and then learn their computer skills at posting information about the water quality, which people could see by putting their phones up to a QR code or something, and it would give them an updated rating on the water as a way that we would all know that the water was safe to walk through if we could. I think those were my main first takes on looking at the plan. I know that the ball field is really important to a lot of people, and I'm not prepared right now to say try to eliminate it. I don't know how other people on the commission feel, but for all the reasons I've mentioned, I kind of feel like I'm leaning toward the middle plan, the updated charrette, because of the way it uses space in the park. In particular, I like that the children's playground, again, isn't right along the main walkway, but is protected a bit by the pool building, which means it won't be as windy there. I agree that the redwoods over by the firehouse are kind of a wasted spot, and something, you know, right now in these plans, I can't really see the defined use there because I know it's an entrance to the park too, but maybe eventually something else could come of that, or at least the trees could be thinned somewhat. I think that's all I have to add right now.
Okay, thanks. Everett?
Thank you. You know, I think it's, you know, a lot to be said as far as different options and you know, opinions as far as the ball field and so forth. What I want to just opinion about is that we have an opportunity here to really create something very special that we have not had an opportunity to do before. And we have a master plan that was developed without this very critical information that we have now. And it was developed with kind of what if scenarios, not really knowing if we had the funding or the abilities to do it, and then sat on the shelf. What should be done is we should take this very valuable information that we have, the flows of the streams, the engineering studies and so forth, and then create a master plan around that. And so I feel that our current master plan really is kind of irrelevant and really not relevant to today's information that we have. It's 8-9 years old, and to try to fit in this type of thing, whatever the opinions are, I think would be mistaken. I think that, there's a lot to it, that we can talk about, but I think it's a great idea to have some public input and scenarios, but again, based on here's our starting point with the streams and what they need to be done and their health and so forth, and kind of move forward for that. So my recommendation is to take this information. I like the third scenario, but again, there's a lot to be considered with the ballpark and so forth, because by taking that space as open space for events, it really frees up the rest of the park. But again, that's getting to details. So that's my opinion, and I'm really excited about the possibilities, but I think that we need to take this plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Everett. Deborah or Linda, any thoughts?
Well, I'll try, Linda Kelly here, I'll try and weigh in a little bit. Yes, I very much agree with Commissioner Fernandez around us moving forward with this momentum. The political fight that would happen around the ballpark, the ball fields, I think is going to be pretty insurmountable, even though I love the openness of that particular plan. I was wondering if we could create this plan that then would give us the opportunities that number 3 gives us if the ballpark has to remain for another 10 years or so, but then forward thinking that if it is relocated at some point, that, we've already designated that area in this plan. Thank you.
I don't have much to add. I think the commissioners did a really great job in summing up the presentation, although I do remember it at a few meetings past, we did talk about the ballpark issue, and I can't remember who brought it up, but there was some number that I didn't even realize how many ballparks there were in Sebastopol. I believe, I don't remember what commissioner brought it up, but there was like so many that they thought that, and they were saying that this ballpark is already underutilized. So I'm wondering, if there's a way that we can, whoever was speaking to that, if we have an idea of what the usage is and kind of where the pushback would be, because if we can regroup and rechannel some of the usage of that baseball field to one of the other fields, I think the openness and the freedom of the creek in the last design was and a better usage of the land.
Commissioner Burns, I believe that was a member of the public. I haven't vetted that as staff. I know some of those fields are like at the high school, not necessarily public, but yeah, we can certainly, in terms of the usage, I would think it is something that if the commission likes the third, we would want to outreach to all the Little League folks and understand their usage of it.
I mean, I also do think, I just lastly, the momentum, to get into a political battle over a ball field, I don't think is worth it to kind of halt the whole project. So that's a realistic consideration.
Thanks. And Kathy, you have something else to add?
Yes, it's a matter about the ball field and the fact that that ball field has lights that work at night until 10 o'clock. And I'm not sure which of the other fields could accommodate those lights if they were moved to the other, because some of them are in neighborhoods. This one is particularly situated that the lights don't affect very many people, I guess, except if you're up on Calder. Sometimes you see the lights through the trees up there, and you hear the noises, which are usually joyful sound. But moving the light possibility if there were another field that could accommodate them. I think that's one of the features of this field.
Yeah, thanks. And I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think that the plan form design is great. I mean, I really liked, it really feels like a city park. It just feels like a city park for everyone. It really celebrates the creek, but it accommodates a lot of different functions that I think some of those functions are in the park now. Some of those functions that are in the park now don't function really well because they were just sort of shoehorned in over time and not really thought about holistically. And I just love the approach of thinking about the design of Ives Park from a holistic standpoint is almost like a blank slate. If we're starting from scratch, what would we do with it? And so I'm personally excited about the plan form. I also appreciate that. I think that's going to be a big political battle. So, so plan B for me would be the charrette option, the revised charrette option. Because I like, I think the goal should be to have the creek as stable as possible. I'm concerned about doing this whole exercise and having this potentially, not ideal creek length. And that's the whole point of this. So I'm not really in favor of that option. If we're going to all this effort, I think let's do the best we can. And if we can't get as far as the plan form option, then I would go with a modified charrette option. But having said that, I would like to push this to the council saying, I think we should look at this plan form option, open a dialogue with the Little League people, which I'm sure they're not going to like. The Little League people will not like, but the city council is the entity to make that decision, and they're looking at the whole community and what's best for the whole community, I think, and hopefully not one group or over another. So, again, that's a much bigger conversation. But I personally think that there's a lot to like about that option, and for so many ways. So I would like to, I guess, if we're making recommendations to the council tonight, recommend that they seriously consider this plan form option with the understanding that obviously something has to be worked out with the Little League, but that ball field just takes up so much room in the park for such a small number of people in our community that really are able to use it, that I just see that this park could be such a great celebration of Sebastopol if we went with the more, intense rethinking of it. We could really create a place where people want to be, because, Ives Park, it's, people go there, but, they go there because it's the park that is by your house and you go to it. But is it really a great, exciting, thriving place? In many ways, I would say no. And we do have events there, Peace Town, that happens, and it does draw a lot of people to the park. But I mean, just think of Peace Town on that, green space, that event space, and that last scheme would just be such a much better place for that kind of event to happen. So I agree with what other commissioners have said, and kind of reaching for the highest option, at least at this point. That would be my suggestion. And if we have to dial it back because we just can't make headway about the ball field, then we know where to dial it back to. But any other thoughts or feedback about that?
Commissioner Burns has your hand raised.
Oh.
I would just say one quick thing, which is I was just thinking about this as we were talking about it, and obviously I'm on the exact same page as you, what I had said as well. But I know one of the issues we've had in Sebastopol is we've become a really aging community, and it's very hard to attract young families here, both for financial reasons of housing. And so I just all of a sudden started thinking, is while this correct is not serving a large part of our community now, do we want to take that in consideration too? young children, how important is the baseball field to them. However, as I'm saying this, I feel like this park would attract all these young families if we went for that, option, because it's just so much more friendly. A lot of families don't bring their children to Ives Park right now because it just feels a little uninviting. So just a consideration of trying to attract young families into the community while, pricing, of course, is a whole nother issue.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think I can hear where you're coming from, but, to use that field, you have to be in Little League. It's actually pretty, and even when, the charter school was downtown and they would go to the park for recess, they were not allowed on the Little League field. So I think I'd have maybe a slightly different attitude towards the Little League field. Other people in the community were allowed to use the Little League field.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if that could be, even if that could be as part of this conversation, the Little League made some compromises and said, yes, when we're not using it, other people can use the field. That could be a nice outcome too, just because right now it seems like it's very exclusive at this point. Kathy?
Yes, I agree with that concept that other facilities, if you're not using them, you should at least be able to rent them to other people, but still be able to maintain them through the rents to help with that process. I would love to go to the ballpark too. I think it's a real issue. It's a real heavy lift, that and the money in our small town, and the maintenance in our small town is another thing. Right now, there's a huge part of our park that the city doesn't need to maintain. And those are things that we need to look at in a practical way. But yeah, I would love to have that other, the stable platform. I think it is beautiful not being able to walk along the edge of the water on the way through town. You can always take the other path that would allow you to walk along the water. I just, kind of hate to ask our council to jump through all those hurdles and to deal with that. I almost feel like public money might go another way. It seems hard to tear apart a structure, a ball field that we already have. I would rather take out some of those in the Laguna and restore those areas before I took this one out. But yeah, in the dream world, I'd go with the stable platform as well. I just don't live there right now.
Everett?
Paul, totally just agree with the comments that you made. Very well put together. If there's a way, to share it out, that'd be my thinking. The problem is that they keep in such pristine condition that any kind of events in there would, tear it up. You'd have to do something like AstroTurf or something like that, which is not very Sebastopolian, but something like that. But it just really does open up the rest of the park, because we're trying to fit in a space of events in between trees and put stages in places that aren't really made for that, and it takes away from the rest of the park. I'm totally supportive of Little League, and not saying that, hey, let's do it. I think it's just something that we need to talk about. There are quite a few other options. I believe it was Lynn Dietler that did a report on all the different types of parks that we have. There are quite a few. Per capita, we have more than I think in any other city in the county. And so we just kind of, again, just want to open it up to conversation about that. There's many factors involved, but it's, if it's an opportunity, and I also agree with Chair Fritz that, hey, if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Just not constrain ourselves. The creek is really what we should be planning around, not the other way around.
Thanks. Yeah, I just feel like this is kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I think we're at the point we should at least have the conversation about the ball field. And again, I think ultimately it's going to be a city council decision what to do with it. But I think if it sounds like the consensus of the commissioners is that we all really like the plan form idea or option, I think we should recommend the council take a serious look at that, with the understanding that the ballpark is obviously a big issue, that we'll have to deal with. But again, you might as well start high.
Yeah.
And it's easier to
And-
start
and-
high and dial it back than to start low and push it up another notch, you know?
You're right. And one thing that also is very important is I think that we really need to tie in maintenance, a way to be able to keep up this park. I mean, it's great. We all are in favor of opening the park or opening space, and then we just move along without anything there to maintain it. And we just expect that the same crews maintain it and somehow they're going to be taken care of. So I think that part of this deal and structure has to be to come up with funding or a plan to be able to maintain this park, to have someone on staff that understands that part of it, that can be part of the park commission, so to speak. But I think that that's a crucial part. I think that should be included in our recommendation.
Yeah, and I think, I know we've talked previously about the idea of having some kind of, Friends of Ives Park or some kind of organization like that. To be honest, if we were able to actually pull this off and do that plan form and make this a really fantastic downtown urban park, we'd probably get a lot more members of the community interested in being a friend of Ives Park, because Ives Park will be in a place where, we want to be its friend. And right now it's kind of hard to love Ives Park right now, so it may be easier to do some fundraising for kind of maintenance of kind of ongoing taking care of Ives Park, if we can really pull something like that off.
So, and Chair Fritz, if I may,
Sure.
Once the deliberations are done, I think it may be appropriate to make a motion for a recommendation, and it may perhaps, I would probably suggest, what the discussion tonight I'm hearing is, if this was a blank slate and nothing was there, option C certainly is the alternative. A plan, or the first option would be the Creek Gone Wild.
Mhm.
With the updated charrette as a secondary recommendation, plan B. But really encouraging, and I can certainly work with Jessica. We'll write the staff report, and we'll certainly want a planning commission liaison or two at the city council meeting when this goes to them to discuss. Really wanting to take a serious look at the third option. Since it sounds like that's where the recommendation is going. I will definitely want to reach out to the legal league, just in terms of the options, and make sure they're aware of this project. They may see creek naturalization and not realize that this, what that all entails in terms of revisions to the master plan. I do also want to thank Everett for his comments on the maintenance. In terms of, because I'm seeing some of this stuff in new tonight as well, since it's a work in progress. The Stable Creek, Plan Farm Creek. The one comment I would probably have, and most of you know that I'm an avid dog person. I would probably not want a dog park. I think it's a little small, but we also have a pretty amazing dog park at Regal Park just up the road, and the county maintains one. So that would be a kind of a huge maintenance, issue that would probably be best if we left that at the regional park that's literally across the street from city boundaries. But I would be interested to hear what commissioners think about that. I certainly have walked my puppy through. That's probably when I visited Ives Park most, was when I was training my dog and getting him used to little kids and people and stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Carrie. I kind of like the idea of having a dog park in Ives Park, just because, there's a fairly dense, for Sebastopol, it's kind of the densest part of town. There are a lot of people that live around there I certainly see a lot of people walking their dogs in my neighborhood. And, it'd be nice to be able to have a dog park you can walk to. People in my neighborhood that do take their dogs to Regal, they tend to drive and go over there. So I kind of like it from that option. I do appreciate the more maintenance kind of issues around having a dog park, but happy to hear any other comments, Kathy.
Yes, since you're talking about that area of the park, there is an entrance to the park in that back corner as well. And if there were no ballpark there, something more could be made of that entrance coming into the park.
Mhm.
You know, I would certainly add that to the plan if I were going for a grant to make all these changes. Some that I think should be looked at a little bit more closely eventually if there's no ballpark.
Yeah, it's a little hidden. It sort of comes between the fire station and the series project building, right? Is that the one you're talking about, Kathy?
Right, right. And I'm not sure if that's.
I mean, it kind of comes between there, and then you come down this. It comes down the stairs, kind of behind the ball field.
Yeah. Yes, I think in some plan it was intended to have wheelchair access or something, or maybe I'm confused, but some of it is a ramp and some of it is stairs.
Mhm.
But I think more could be made of it even now, because people don't know it's even there.
Yeah. One other thing I want to throw out there is I really liked, it was the thing I really liked in the first option, the less stable option, was when you talked about the very downstream end where you cross the bridge and you had the terraces down to a little beachy area. I just kind of had a really great vision of that, and I missed it in the other schemes. So I just want to throw that out there, that I really like that idea of having almost like a little amphitheater kind of thing stepping down to the creek. Be kind of a nice feature, I think.
And Chair Fritz, one other thing regarding recommending one and then a secondary option, I did just get a note from the project manager from GHD, Jeremy, who's in on this meeting, that the scope we have with them is to assess two alternatives in terms of their hydrology, so they can look at, it seems like there's pretty clear the first option isn't really preferred, so they could look at both of those in terms of the pros and cons before we go to council.
Oh, very good.
Chair Fritz,
Yes.
Linda Kelly here. The point you brought up about public park not having access to full service, and also, you know, the exclusivity of it being Little League, which I hadn't thought of either. Seems like a couple questions need to go forward in terms of legal counsel. Do you know how long the lease is, or is it just forever? And also, what if someone did bring a lawsuit that said, you know, just like, you know, an ADA lawsuit or an environmental lawsuit in terms of us, you know, not using public monies for a park property that we can't all enjoy. And so I think there is something really to that question that you brought forward, Chair Fritz.
Well,
So I can respond to that, Chair Fritz, if you like. We do have the lease on file. It is I mean, there's the lease terms, which is pretty flexible. It's not a forever lease. It could be terminated. Obviously, there's the goodwill on the fact that the Little League has invested a lot in the field, but still, you know, in terms of the lights and the upkeep and the maintenance, the fencing and everything. But obviously, there is a tension of the fact that it's not able to be used by others. I think that's all something we can phrase for the council to consider.
Yeah, and I think my understanding is that the Little League does all the maintenance. So, you know, we're not using city funding to maintain something that's just for the Little League. The Little League actually takes on the maintenance, which I think is why they exclude everyone else. As ever kind of mentioned, you know, if they did allow anyone to use it, you know, they keep it in pretty good condition. And if other people use it and tear it up, then they have more maintenance obviously to do. So I think that's why they kind of keep this exclusive hold on it. But, you know, again, I think that's a bigger question for the city council to think, you know, in terms of highest and best use for the full community is having a ball field there, you know, in everyone's best interest, I guess. So does anyone want to make a motion as Carrie recommended?
I'd like to make a motion that No, sorry, let me back up before I make a motion. Are we going to make a motion to recommend a course of action, or are you saying we need to basically focus on which recommendation of the scenarios?
I think Carrie's looking for a recommendation of scenarios to the city council for their
All right,
consideration.
so got it. So I'd like to make a motion to recommend scenario number 3, with second choice, the second one, and with the addition of also the recommendation of, I'm not exactly how to word this, but the redo of the master plan, and also keep in mind consideration of maintenance for whichever climate choice. If you can condense that, I'm sure Carrie is good at that. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think any of these options result in having to reconsider the master plan to one extent or another. So I think that's certainly going to have to be part of
then
it.
how about, they'll look at our notes, but the main point is I wanted to get through that point about the master plan and the maintenance issue. And if that has to be put in a motion, I think that's urgent to do that.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second on that? I will second that. So hearing nobody else, can I second that? And do we have any further questions or comments before we take a vote? All right, then I will ask Carrie to have a roll call vote, please.
All right, and so I will just try to summarize the motion as well before taking a vote. So the recommendation to council is, does the planning commission recommend option 3 as the preferred option, with option 2 as the next preferred option, and also further recommends that the city council consider revisions to the master plan in accordance with the option as it moves forward, and also consider maintenance requirements of the schemes.
And if you could add the titles that Jessica used for the
we
1,
won't
2, and
use
3.
option 3 or 2. We'll use the stable plan form and the updated.
Great,
Thank
great.
you. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So that is the motion. And start with Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Burns. And you're muted, Commissioner Burns.
Sorry, I'm muted. Yes, thank
you.
Oh my
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, did you hear that? Sorry.
Yes, we got it. Vice Chair Ottinger.
Yes.
And Chair Fritz.
Yes.
All right, so that passes unanimously. And I will coordinate. I don't know if there's a. I know we normally have a planning commission liaison for items based on the schedule. I don't know if there are any particular people who would like to join as a second. Or if that would be the Ives, if recommending the Ives Park Subcommittee as the representatives. And we can also talk about this a little bit later on the agenda if we need.
I think that's a good idea. I think maybe, Carrie, when you know when it's going to be scheduled, if you can let us know, and then we can sort of figure out who's available. I think having a committee member would be a good idea, and then whatever the other liaison, I think 2 people is good to have there.
Okay, sounds great. We will coordinate that later. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Riley and Jessica. I'm super excited. I never thought that we would be able to do something like this. So this is very, very exciting. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
All right. I am going to suggest we take a short break because I have a feeling this next item is also going to be rather lengthy. And so why don't we take just a 5-minute break, meet back at 8:06 to get started and our housing element item.
Yeah. excuse me, Chair Fritz, as I mentioned, I started meeting from in Mexico. I have uncle sitting, and as I mentioned, I wasn't going to be able to attend the whole meeting, so I will have to not be able to return. And I appreciate being able to be here and everyone's work. And I wish I could have been here more, but I am very happy to have made it at all.
Yes,
So thank you.
Thanks for attending very, very remotely, Everett. Appreciate you being here at all.
De
Thanks,
nada.
Everett.
All right.
Gracias.
All right, so see everyone in 5 minutes. Thanks. Can I get either a verbal or a visual confirmation that the other commissioners are back? Kathy?
See Debbie there.
Oh, I see
And
Debbie.
Linda, are you here?
Linda, are you back?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
great, thanks. Let's get started. So our next item is the update on the housing element. So planning director introduction, please.
Thank you, Chair Fritz. As you may recall, end of September, we had a joint Planning Commission City Council meeting to kick off our sixth cycle. It's called Housing Element for Planning for Housing in the City for 2023 through for the next 8 years. And we've been working with Four Leaf. You saw Jane Riley at that meeting and her team, Elliot Pickett, Jackie Krieger, and they're here again tonight to give us an update. We have completed the community survey and a lot of the information gathering. Associate Planner John Jay, who you've met a couple times before, has been working way hard at this project as well. So he's here to listen, observe, and help move the project along. But with that, let's dive right in, and I will hand it off to Elliot. Or Jane, whoever's starting with you guys.
Thank you, Carrie. I'm just going to share my screen now. And thank you, Jessica, for an amazing presentation before this. Hope to not be keeping up too late tonight, but we've got here tonight an update again on housing element next steps. My name is Elliot Pickett. I'm an associate planner with the Four Leaf team. We have just been blown away by the amount of engagement we're getting from the community and how clear it is that the community has put a ton of thought into local housing issues. This input, along with demographic and housing needs data, will shape the policies and programs to be included in the housing element. We're going to go over some of this tonight and be looking for direction on which policy options to explore further. So I need to advance the slide. There we go. Tonight, we're going to go over 3 things: the preliminary survey results, a preliminary assessment of housing sites, and an overview of policy options. There's a lot of information we're trying to get through, so we'll go over questions at the end, have plenty of time for them then, but we're jumping right in with my colleague Jackie presenting survey results.
Hi, as Elliot mentioned, we are really fortunate to have a community that is really excited about housing and wants to talk to us about it. The public participation requirement of the housing element law gives us an opportunity to engage our constituents in dialogue about housing needs in the community. The statutory requirements include making a diligent effort to achieve public participation at all levels of economic segments in the community. Surveying is one outreach tool that helps us gather information to define the problems in the community and also create solutions. And this first round of surveying was advertised on the city's usual social media outlets. We posted flyers at local businesses. This is where the trying to reach all economic segments comes into play, especially. We put flyers at laundromats, at grocery stores, apartment complexes, the library, the senior center, thrift stores, coffee shops, just to name a few. We also did additional in-person tabling at the farmers market, which gave us a great opportunity to engage with the community directly. The survey was available for 6 weeks. It was available in English and Spanish. It was online, also accessible via mobile phones. We had QR codes that could be scanned, and we also had paper surveys available. Residents were presented questions that sought to facilitate meaningful conversation. We had multiple choice questions, ranked opinion statements, and optional write-in responses. So let's get into the preliminary results of the Housing Issues and Opportunities Survey. First, we asked respondents about housing needs. Low-cost housing and rentals are on the top of people's minds in Sebastopol's. Responses also demonstrate a desire for housing for first-time homebuyers and housing for people who work in the community. 19% of respondents share their own ideas on this question via write-in responses, and their thoughtful input really shows that Sebastopol residents are thinking about the needs of their neighbors. We also asked people to project housing needs in the coming 10 years. Housing for local employees is seen as an important need that residents believe will need to be prioritized in the coming decade. Other needs that were identified by the community include housing affordable for the next generation and accessible homes for the aging population in the city. We also posed ranked opinion statements in the survey, and I know this chart might be a little bit hard to digest at first, so I'll just break it down. These are weighted responses that are shown in the order of the highest ratio of agreement of the statement presented. So I'll go over the top 5 opinions that respondents shared. Respondents agreed that rent is too high in Sebastopol. Respondents agreed that there are not enough affordable housing options for people employed in the city, that there are not enough different options when it comes to housing types, that some seniors may need assistance to age in place or in their own residences, and that there are not enough entry-level homes available in Sebastopol. This graphic shows gradients of the types of housing choices respondents felt would be most successful in Sebastopol and are shown in descending order based on average score. The options with more green in their column rank higher. So respondents showed almost equal favor for accessory dwelling units and missing middle housing choices, and alternative housing choices and multifamily housing followed just behind that. And our last question was a write-in response, an optional write-in response where respondents could give us their opinion about housing opportunities in Sebastopol. And this is a word cloud that shows some of the subjects participants included in their write-in responses about other opportunities for housing. So the bigger the word, the more times it was mentioned. And this question alone received 132 write-in responses, which shows you just how successful this surveying was. We will be continuing to do public outreach throughout the various levels of the housing element update process. And we're really fortunate to have this level of input from community members who are clearly invested in the future of housing in Sebastopol. This input helps provide valuable insight into community needs and was carefully considered as we were crafting the policy options we're presenting to you later in this presentation.
Thank you, Jackie. Let's see. We're going to move on now to discussing potential housing sites. So here we go. As you've discussed in previous meetings, part of updating the housing element includes creating a sites inventory. This is a list of sites within the city where housing could realistically be developed within 8 years. Note here that including sites on this list is not a guarantee that they will be developed into housing and that the city is not responsible for this housing development. Including sites on this list is simply a demonstration that along with the proposed programs, there are enough properly zoned sites in the city to meet targets set by the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA. These numbers are shown here at the bottom of the slide. This preliminary sites assessment includes the first look at housing sites that could be included in the inventory, and this informs the policies and programs that may be required to ensure adequate sites. Where do these numbers come from? So we take the RHNA allocation to start with, and we subtract the following things that we know could be considered viable housing sites, including planned and approved projects, also known as pipeline projects, projected development of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, sites identified in the existing sites inventory that are still vacant, and sites allowing housing development that have developer or owner interest. By comparing the capacity of these sites to the RHNA allocations, we can take a first look at what types of policies and programs may be needed. This map shows the distribution of some of the sites we looked at. Planned and approved projects are shown here in green. Sites from the last inventory are shown here in blue, and additional potentially viable housing sites, including the ones with developer or owner interest, are shown in orange. Then along with these sites, we take a look at crediting ADUs. So you can claim credits towards your RHNA for projected development of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, also known as ADUs and JADUs, or simply ADUs and JDUs, to calculate the safe harbor assumptions pre-certified by HCD. We take the average number of ADU permits issued from 2018 to 2020 and extrapolate that for the planning period. This means that Sebastopol can claim at a minimum 10 ADUs per year, or 80 for the whole planning period. These units can be counted at the affordability levels shown at the bottom of the screen. 30% is split between extremely low and very low incomes, 30% for low income, 30% as moderate income, and 10% as above moderate income units. So now we put all these numbers together and it shows this. What this is showing us is that Sebastopol may have enough viable sites to meet its RHNA without being required to rezone. However, please keep in mind that this is, first of all, a preliminary assessment. Once we complete the full sites analysis, the surplus may decrease as new legislation increases scrutiny of these sites. Additionally, lower income unit credits are heavily dependent on 2 pipeline projects. These considerations will be important as we transition to the final portion of the presentation, where we'll be covering general policy options that help us determine which strategies to explore further. All right, deep breath and into the meat of the presentation, we've got the policy options. So broadly speaking, we're looking at different strategies that can be used in the housing element to make sure we identify enough housing sites and meet the community's needs. I'm going to present several of these in order, the same order that's in the staff packet, along with our recommendations. Again, what we're looking for from you today is initial thoughts on which policy directions you'd like us to explore further. First issue, to rezone or not rezone. As noted in the staff report, there have been legislative changes since the last housing element that increased that scrutiny and requirements for sites listed in inventory. The biggest question that will guide all of our policy work is whether the city wants to pursue rezoning as a strategy to meet adequate inventory. First option here, to rezone no sites. Preliminary assessment again shows you might not need to do this as long as you adopt programs to ensure a continued adequate supply of sites. Next option, option B, we can consider rezoning programs, but only after, again, meeting that inventory under current zoning. Option C listed here, you can choose to rezone as many sites as you need to meet inventory. This option, though, would create significant penalties if you fail to rezone. Because of this, we recommend A or B, strongly advising that you plan on demonstrating adequate inventory without the need to rezone to avoid those associated penalties, but perhaps considering rezoning after meeting that. This would allow creative programs and targeted housing strategies, but avoid those penalties and timelines associated with the mandatory rezoning. Okay, and then next, we've got number 2, accessory dwelling units or ADUs. As previously discussed, Sebastopol can claim at least the safe harbor number of 10 ADUs per year. The city can choose to claim a higher number if they include programs to facilitate that development. What we learned from the community input is that there's community support for the development of more ADUs, and additionally, the community demographics are showing a need for smaller units, which would include ADUs and JADUs. Because of this, we recommend option A, to increase assumptions by including additional facilitation programs. Then we've got 3 out of 5, no net loss. All right, so as shown in your staff report, there's Senate Bill 166, known as the No Net Loss Law. This now requires cities to maintain sites and inventory throughout the entire plan. This will be a lower affordability level or a different use altogether than as listed in inventory. The city must rezone sites within 6 months to make up that net loss, unless there are enough sites remaining in inventory. 6 months is an unrealistically short period of time to complete this rezoning along with the associated CEQA. So we presented 3 options here to plan for this requirement. Option A is to zone an excess of sites. That would be with a buffer of at least 30% above the sites that are required. For Sebastopol, again, depending on the more scrutinized sites analysis, this might require mandatory rezoning. The next method commonly used to address this is to decrease the development capacity assumptions. Looking at some of the historical trends for development, Sebastopol is shown that it can develop at 75% of its maximum capacity. With this option B strategy, the city could use a lower percentage for a more conservative approach when working on the development capacity assumptions. The third option here is to maintain an internal B list of sites that could be added as needed throughout the planning period through an administrative process. This allows the inventory to be made up of the community's preferred sites for housing first, but simplifies the process of adding new sites. We recommend exploring both options B and C. B would make it less likely that adding new sites would be necessary, and option C would simplify the process of adding new sites should it be necessary. From here on to issue number 4, we'd like to discuss this around what's referred to as non-unit housing objectives. Sites included in inventory have to meet very specific criteria to be counted as units towards your RHNA. Communities might have other housing needs that don't count as units. This could include shelter beds and safe parking, just to name 2 examples. In the housing element, you have the option of including quantified objectives for these non-unit housing needs. This option would add some administrative responsibilities around reporting, but there would be no associated penalty if you failed to meet these quantified objectives. Our recommendation is to go with option B to include the non-unit objectives, just because we see that this would address community concerns from the input we've received. And then number 5, last slide of policy options. We'd like to present some examples of programs the city could consider adopting to facilitate and encourage housing development in new and unique ways. First, here we have housing on church and possibly on school sites. This option would include housing development in conjunction with existing uses. This may look like staff housing on school sites or transitional housing programs run by churches. Second option here is a workforce housing overlay. If applied to, say, a commercial or light industrial parcel, this would allow either the uses allowed by the underlying zoning or attached housing at 20 units per acre or both. This could bring housing into underutilized commercial sites, allow business owners to live on site, or provide housing for employees. All things that we got input on in the community survey. The third option here, city density bonus program. This would allow the city to provide density programs that attract developers and encourage housing development, while allowing the city to incentivize their needs and preferences. This could look like accessibility or affordability, to name 2 examples. This is a program that would go above and beyond the state density program. Our last potential new program here is about affordable by design units. This option would utilize density unit equivalents to change the incentives for developers to encourage the development of more smaller units and discourage larger units. For example, under such a program, 3 small cottages would be considered equivalent to a traditional 3-bedroom single-family home in terms of density. This could also increase the number of lower income units the city could project, as affordability assumptions can increase as unit size decreases. So this is not a comprehensive list, and we welcome your input on other types of strategies or outcomes you think would fit the city's character and needs best. The biggest thing we'd like to emphasize here is that the more programs that the city adopts, the higher likelihood there is of not having to rezone sites. From here, this concludes the policy options we have. Looking forward, feedback gathered on these options will inform the draft housing strategy to be prepared early in the new year, with a complete draft housing element released in the middle of the year and brought before the commission for your recommendation near the end of the year. Additionally, note we will be seeking public input along each step of the way. All right, so there we go. And now that we've gone over everything, we are ready for questions and feedback. I'll give you a moment to breathe here, and then once the commission is ready to discuss, I can go back through the slides.
Great. Thanks, Elliot. So we'll start with questions from commissioners before we move on to public questions and comments. So any commissioner would like to start us off? Kathy?
Kathy, you're muted.
Kathy, yeah.
Sorry. As I was reading the packet, I began to wonder, how do we know that ADUs or JADUs are affordable and at what levels? Do we have information on that? Does staff have any record? Because I could imagine a small ADU going for quite a lot in this town and not qualifying anyone. Do we have that information? That would be one question. I'm trying to read through my list of questions that I had to make sure they're still questions. And AB 1397 was saying that non-vacant sites may not be used again in 2023. So if we designated an already built site for housing and it didn't get used the last time, are they saying we can no longer consider that because nobody picked that site? That'd be my second question. That
Can
was
we
on-
actually, I'm sorry, Kathy, if we can just get responses to as we go through these, that might be kind of helpful.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, so go back to the ADUs and the JADUs. Do we know whether they're affordable or not, and what categories they would fit into?
Sure. So I think I'll first, if Corliss can answer regarding the safe harbor and the assumptions, I can follow up with some Sebastopol specific information.
Sure, and thanks for that question. Jane Riley, Four Leaf. There are a couple of different ways that you can assess the affordability of ADUs and JDUs and have them used in your housing element. One is to actually survey your residents and see what they're going for. And that, in fact, is what ABAG did for the Bay Area. They surveyed a large number of units throughout the Bay Area, and they came up with the fact that a whole lot of the units are rented for zero because they're rented for family members. And so that kind of takes care of the extremely low income part of it. And the rest of them are kind of distributed along the income. And again, this is an aggregate for the entire Bay Area. And we've sent that into HCD, and they've tentatively said that they will accept that as a safe harbor because that's been found by a survey for the entire Bay Area. So we can either use that survey for safe harbor, or you can do your own survey of the rental prices for ADUs.
Right, and specific to Sebastopol, and I believe that survey actually had, when I saw the presentation from ABAG at one of my regional planning director meetings, they did actually parse out Napa and Sonoma as or Napa, Sonoma, Marin, I think, as the North Bay counties, separate from other parts of the Bay Area. As they were doing it, and the data definitely made sense to what I hear about from people as they're creating the units. Whether there's certainly a portion that does intend to rent them to family members, a kid who can't afford to buy a place in town, or a grandparent or a parent or aging parent on limited income. I also go through and have for the last year since I've been here, so 3 cycles, and before this coming year, we actually track, in addition to the salary survey, we track the types of units we're creating. So is it a 400 square foot garage, attached garage that's being converted, or is it a brand new detached 1,000 square foot ADU? Is it a 250, and we actually have a lot of 250, 300, 350 square foot JADUs or attached ADUs that people are creating. And that's certainly, what they're able to rent that if they're renting it on the open market, it affects, what they're likely to get for rents. And it does kind of fall in line with, incidentally, the percentages of what we're seeing in terms of the creation of those units. There's a few high-end units where it's clearly a detached, brand new construction. It's going to be above market rate, kind of a rent, and the smaller, smaller sort of studio units at the lower end of the rent.
Okay, so we do we're following along with the safe harbor.
Yeah, I
concept.
think we have a good, yeah, we're following with the safe harbor. And that's kind of what I'm seeing just from reality on the ground as well.
And as to the other question about AB 1397 and the inability to reuse non-vacant sites that were in the last housing element, yes, that's what the law says. They consider those sites to be stale. If a developer didn't come after them in the last 8 years, then they feel like it's unlikely that they're going to in the next 8 years. And they technically consider a non-vacant site that was in the last housing element. They're technically considering that site to be constrained. Housing development is constrained on that site by the existing use. You can still use those sites, but you have to go through some pretty big exercises in order to prove that you have developer interest in those sites. The lease for the existing use is about ready to expire. The building is old and falling down, something like that. Even something as small as a parking lot, excuse me, renders a site non-vacant, and you have to go through this process. So we don't want to assume right off the top that we are going to be able to use the non-vacant sites unless we actually can demonstrate developer interest in those sites.
Okay, but they still then they're available for people to buy and develop on, even though we can't use them as our numbers.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then affirmative furthering fair housing, that's the concept of putting poor people into richer neighborhoods because they do better and consciously doing that. Is that what that is?
In its very simplest terms, yes, it's about, creating equal opportunities. But as far as the housing sites go, that's exactly right. They want to ensure that we're not locating all of our high density, for affordable housing sites, excuse me, in the same area of town. And in poorer areas, this is not so applicable in Sebastopol, just because all of Sebastopol is a high resource, expensive area. But they do want them to be dispersed in town in all the different residential areas.
Okay, which means most of our sites are along the highways because that's where transportation is.
Yep, very common.
Does that count? Because they're
Absolutely.
still kind of near those neighborhoods. That works. Okay, good. That's reassuring. Although I can understand the other concept of building within the neighborhood rather than along the edge of it. You mentioned SB 9 and SB 10, and I'm not familiar with what those are. That was also on page 4. I wanted to understand those.
SB 9 and SB 10 were very recently signed by the governor, and SB 9 is a required program. SB 10 only happens if the jurisdiction adopts an ordinance allowing it to happen. So starting from that one, SB 10 would allow up to 10 units on a single family property. You would opt into that program if that's something that you wanted to do. SB 9 is the urban lot splits bill, which would allow, if the conditions are right and the house is located in just the right place and its walls are in the right place, it would allow a single family lot to be split into 2, and each of those parcels could have a primary unit and an accessory dwelling unit of not more than, it's either 600 or 800 square feet.
Okay.
So it really allows 4 in existing neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's 800 square feet. And on SB 10, I believe that's specific to places that have higher quality transit than the city of Sebastopol has. So I'm not even,
true, yeah.
I don't think we could actually opt into that, or it's not applicable to us, basically.
Yeah, you don't have the bus headways right now to do it.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
true.
I can understand that issue, yeah. Okay, those are the questions I had trying to understand where we're coming from with these ideas.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions? I have a question about you talked about the workforce housing overlay program and mentioning that in commercial or light industrial, is that the only places we're talking about doing that? Or would there be other zones that could be applicable to?
You could do it any way you want. And you could just, the beauty of this program is that it gives the city council the ability to determine exactly what parcels are going to be appropriate for this use. So the council would set some criteria. Usually it's distance to transit or jobs and zoning district, but you don't have to do it that way. You could do it another way. And it also has the benefit of the developer being able to come in, and if a site is available that isn't currently zoned for residential, they could request that the overlay be placed on the site and they could then develop it.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question goes back to the survey and public input. And Jackie had mentioned how, the survey, you guys are really happy with the survey results. It didn't seem like that many people to me. So I just wanted to know if that really is a good number for the size of Sebastopol, or if we should try to be doing something else to reach out to more, because the number of survey respondents seem kind of paltry in my opinion, and I was hoping we'd have more.
Let me just give you an example. I'm really glad you asked this, Paul. We're working on a housing element. We've recently completed a housing element for a large jurisdiction in Los Angeles County, a population of 220,000. Sebastopol got a better survey response. I'm not joking. So, and we had that sucker advertised on all the buses and everything. Sebastopol's residents are very, very activated on this topic.
Okay, good to know. But I guess a follow-up would be, are you going to be doing any further kind of public outreach? What does that look like as this goes forward?
We will be doing public outreach every step of the way. I'm not sure if Jackie or Elliot have the outreach plan. We have a whole plan for outreach. We could probably share that with the commission if that's something that interests everyone, what we're planning on doing.
Just kind of curious. What happens? I mean, obviously there's these public hearings, but again, a lot of people don't attend public hearings as well. So
exactly,
trying to reach out to where people are. I'm just wondering what, and we don't have to go over it now, but I'm just kind of wondering for, my own personal use information.
If you have any ideas, we'd like to hear them too.
Yeah. Always the magic bullet, I guess. Let's see. Have any other? I think that's all I have for now. Any other commissioner questions? Okay, not seeing anyone at the moment, and we'll come back to the commission. I will open this up for the public hearing. So if you would like to make some comments or ask any questions about the housing element update, now's your opportunity. You will have 3 minutes. Please raise your actual hand or virtual hand, and you will be called on. And I see Kyle has a comment. You ready, Kyle?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Do you see the timer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
So I see in the presentation that the ADU average was based on the last 3 years of ADU permits. Has this group looked more historically to see if we might have actually reached our upper limit of properties feasible for ADUs at this point? To address Kathy's question about cost, from my research, I don't believe that a livable ADU could be built for anything less than $200,000 to $300,000. This back of the napkin calculation does not consider the drastic increase in across the board permitting costs that our city council recently approved. Likely a rezoning will be necessary. It'll be my hope that this group will recognize the responsibility to make appropriate adjustments to relevant aspects of the general plan, such as considerations of increased traffic, reducing allowable parking, a need for public transportation, concrete requirements for capital improvement, such as sidewalks, bicycle and pedestrian-centric infrastructure, such as protected bike lanes and pedestrian traffic signals. I can't emphasize this enough. This is not just about rezoning and calling it a day. Without clearly enforceable policies within our general plan, the ramifications of rezoning to higher densities results in a handout to outside developers to build high-density, automobile-centric housing that does not meet the needs and the expectations of our community. With the state recently removing the amount of subjective requirements that can be enforced by local jurisdictions, we will need to take many of our expectations, such as those seen in our design review, and make them enforceable requirements to development by making these language changes in our general plan. And there is no better time for this to be done than during our housing element update.
Thank you, Kyle. Anyone else, any other members of the public out there that wish to speak on this item? I am not.
I'm looking through the gallery. I do
Anyone?
not see anyone else. If there is anyone else and you're not sure how to raise your hand, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak at this time. And it looks like that's it, Chair Fritz.
All right, thank you. I will
Close public comment.
close public comment and bring this back to the commission for discussion and deliberation and feedback. Anyone have any thoughts about, why don't we just go through kind of start with the bullet points, I guess, the kind of issues. So the first one was the, where am I? Sites inventory, I believe. Oh, that was the rezone. Where am I? All right, issue one, zone or not rezone. Does anyone have any thoughts about how to move forward with this? All right, I'll jump in. I mean, I think the not rezoning, I mean, the no rezoning obviously sounds like it's easier to do. So that does seem preferable. And that obviously makes sense to, as we get more through the inventory analysis, to determine if we have enough inventory or not. If we don't have enough inventory, obviously, I think we need to rezone. I have a question about the rezoning and how this would fit in, but a pet issue of mine for quite some time, and other commissioners probably heard me say this. When we did our last zoning code update, we have a zoning designation, I think it's either general commercial, I think it's general commercial, that's most of the Highway 116 corridor through town, that is commercial, but it does allow residential as part of a mixed use project. And one of my issues is that I would like to see residential allowed as a by right, 100% residential by right, and not with a use permit. So is that considered a rezoning, or is that just it's already zoned that way, we just need to change the zoning code to allow 100% residential in my mind? How does that fit into this conversation?
Good question. So that one would be a rezone, as long as you didn't have to rezone those sites in order to make your inventory numbers.
Mm-hmm.
That would be option B, which is a rezone after inventory. That's a program to change the zoning code or to make it allowed with a overlay zone or whatever you guys want to do. Mm-hmm. That would be B, and that is one of the things that we're recommending.
Okay. So does anyone else have any thoughts about how to move this forward? The recommendation for A and B, and everyone generally agree with?
I definitely agree with non-rezoning and trying to eliminate any additional penalties. I guess, my concern also is that since we know if we have a parcel and it doesn't get developed in the 8-year period, it becomes non-negotiable to use again. We really want to be very careful about, also rezoning and overstepping and looking forward, not being able to having that be out of our inventory potential.
Thanks, Commissioner Burns. And I'll comment on that. I think Jane and I have kind of talked about this. Our current housing element, for instance, I believe we have 120 units required. I believe we have something like 220 units worth of sites on it. You didn't used to have the inability to reuse sites that didn't get developed in the past. Doesn't reward communities for having plenty of sites, obviously, like we did. Other than you were like scrambling to find a site that you might need to rezone. And so, Jane, I don't know if you want to talk about the strategy, if you just want me to outline it in terms of how we're thinking about doing it for this, which is, we have 213 units at the various income. And so, yeah, you're right. We don't want to put any more on the official inventory that we submit to HCD than we have to, because we do know Sebastopol sites take time to develop. Most of our sites are developed by small, fairly local-ish developers. And honestly, they struggle sometimes with the logistics and the cost and those. And so it can take time. It doesn't mean they're not viable sites. Huntley Square is one in particular that, yeah, it's a small local developer who's doing, and they started in 2017 and they're going to council in January. So it just takes time. And then the suggestion is to, let's make sure we have enough sites to have kind of a secondary list that we can add to that inventory as we need to. So like if we were doing the current housing element under the current regulations, we'd have the 120 units on the housing inventory, and we'd have that other list of sites that other 100 units worth on a secondary list that staff could, without having to go through planning commission and city council to rezone or something, staff could simply administratively add into the inventory. Jane, is that how the secondary list?
That's exactly right. And we'll talk about that a little bit with the no net loss issue discussion. And that is a program that we came up with in Southern California. We took it to HCD and said, hey, will you accept this? And they said, heck yeah, we don't want to see your housing elements more than we have to. And now they're telling other jurisdictions to do it. So we think that's idle. We think that program will work, but we didn't get there yet.
And that'll also be helpful. Like in our current housing element, we do have the site where the townhomes, Barlow townhomes, used to be called Davis townhomes, are being developed at the end of Morris, south of Highway 12. That in our housing element, I believe, was something around 30 units. Well, that property is in the floodplain, and I know in preliminary discussions, the commission asked about garden apartments, things like that. It ended up being 18 units. They looked at potential garden units, but you can't have that in a floodplain. You can't have lower, basement lower below the floodplain. And so it had certain site constraints that limited that. In that case, we had excess sites to account for the 12 or 15 units that were in the inventory that didn't get developed because it didn't get developed to that capacity. But in this case, we would have a secondary list where we could, we need 12 more units, so let's just slide this site of 12 or 14 units into the housing inventory.
Exactly.
But that's an excellent point, Commissioner Burns, that, yeah, we don't want to overdo things.
Anyone else have any thoughts about this item, this issue?
Linda Kelly here.
Go ahead, Linda.
Yeah, I agree that option A is certainly my my preference. But if your adequate inventory revealed that it was not adequate, then we have to go to the next step anyhow, it sounds like. So I can go along with staff's, not staff, the consultant's recommendations, except I'm leaning B, I'm not saying B is fine with me if A is just really meaningless from what's happening here. So I think it's a okay step if we're very careful with it. I mean, my sense of our community's wishes for all the years I've been involved is, they would really like as disruption as much as possible and find the right sites or do it with the ADU program. So that's it for me for number one.
All right, so it sounds like recommendation for policy A followed by B seems to be general consensus of the group so far. So why don't we go on to issue number 2. So any thoughts about how to deal with accessory dwelling units?
A quick refresher on this one.
Sure.
So right now, the safe harbor that HCD uses is the average of 2018, 2019, and 2020, the units that you produced. If your community is on an upswing, and we see here you went 10, 8, 12, so you might be working on an upswing. I don't know what your 2021 numbers look like. But if after the new changes to law, your community started building significantly more ADUs, then we would try to argue that you're going to be building more ADUs. Likewise, if you decide you're going to have a program to really incentivize and help fund people building JDUs, because that is the least expensive way to get more units in town, then we would up that number in your inventory because you're doing more to incentivize them than you have done in the years past. So the question really is, do we want to stick with that safe harbor, or do we want to adopt some other programs? And you're not making your mind right now. You're just telling us whether or not we should explore these things further. So do you want to just stick with the safe harbor because we know HCD will go ahead and bless that? Or do we want to adopt some programs that really promote ADUs, since that's what the community wants and it meets so many of the community needs, and try and claim more accessory dwelling units than HCD's safe harbor?
And before the commission deliberates on the day, we'll reference Mr. Falbo's question about do we have capacity for additional ADUs in town? And yes, we absolutely do. We had the number of single family homes combined with properties that we have. We've gotten significant interest basically pretty constantly in the last few years of people developing ADUs, whether it's we've had new construction where they want to do an ADU to begin with, so it's 2 units to begin with. On some of the vacant lots, we have one in design review right now, going to the design review board tomorrow for a discussion, and we have some others. People are thinking of that from the outside, and we also have a lot of conversions of accessory garages and things like that. So we do have a pretty constant flow in terms of the safe harbor assessment, and we do certainly have the capacity in our town for that. And Jane, I don't know if you want to go a little bit, or if there's, what those programs might be to entice. Some of those could be offering deed restrictions for restricting the income to help assist people with that. We do certainly have a pretty straightforward program in terms of ADUs, not requiring design review, except for really specific circumstances, and expedite that process.
Yeah, there are a large number of things that many different jurisdictions are looking at or have adopted to promote accessory dwelling units. We work with the Napa Sonoma Accessory Dwelling Units group, who's produced a website that you can put your costs into, or you can put the size and your situation into, and what you want to get, what affordability level you want to rent at, and it'll give you a tentative construction cost and your return on investment, and so on and so on. There are also jurisdictions who put their money towards hiring a developer or a contractor to go out to people's homes and assess their ability to build a JDU, for example, because many people just don't know how to get started on those. The most important thing is to make financing available. And Cal HFA has just come out with a new program that will make financing available to qualified households, so lower income households who own their homes. They'll make that available at $25,000, which is just the startup cost to get all your plans drawn and all your permits in place. And they bridge that gap until they get the construction loan. So lots of new stuff out there.
Yeah, thanks for the background, Jane and Carrie. I think that's helpful, and I think it's great that this. I mean, I'm certainly supportive of the city doing what it can to encourage more ADUs, and I know there has certainly been more interest, and the city has some programs in place that they have been encouraging. I know professionally, I'm working on several ADUs right now. I'm certainly getting more calls on ADUs, so there does seem to be a little bit of momentum building. Just anecdotally from my own practice. Yeah, but I think, if this, and we're not sort of just, deciding those programs right now, but I think, encouraging the city to develop more programs would be super helpful. And I just learned about that Cal HFA funding program. So, however we can help disseminate that to the community, I think that could be really helpful for a lot of people to feel that they can actually do this, to get that $25,000 grant. And it's a grant, it's not a loan, it's a grant. They just give you $25,000 up front to start your ADU design process. So it's really helpful.
Yeah, and so you're right, Chairperson. Thank you, Elliot, for going to this issue too, is really, do we want to explore as a community option A?
Yeah, I'm personally for option A. I think it'd be great to do what we can to push more ADUs, because I do think they fit with Sebastopol's kind of vibe. I think a lot of people are interested in doing them, and there's always a lot of pushback against big housing projects. So yeah, I'm certainly in favor of option A. Any other thoughts, Kathy?
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I think that's the way to go.
I agree.
All right. Linda, do you have any opposing thoughts to option A for this issue?
I think it's ultimately what's going to happen anyhow. With SB 9, I know there's going to be challenges to it, either a ballot measure or whatever. I don't know where it is on that, but that means that someone could buy an empty lot, and I imagine it's instituted already, and then split it and put 4 units on it right now. Isn't that correct?
It will be as of next year, I believe, as of January 1st.
As of January 1st, you could purchase a lot, do an urban lot split as long as you have certain criteria are met, and then put a single family plus an accessory dwelling unit of up to 800 square feet on each of the resulting 2 lots.
Okay. So do you anticipate that needs some way? Would A take care of that kind of an adjustment then, I imagine? Because we're making an assumption.
Will that increase?
It could increase the ADU in numbers, right?
It could increase the ADU numbers, and it could increase just the general housing numbers. And HCD is currently coming up with their own safe assumptions for us to use for SB 9 if it survives the legal challenges.
Okay. Yeah. Then years ago, when I was on the council, and this was sort of informal acceptance and the council didn't say no, but a way of neighbors communicating with each other about, like, it was very simple. There was an issue with somebody was building an extension onto their house, just a bedroom and a bathroom. But all that needed to happen was the window get raised so that there wasn't, 9 feet away looking right into the neighbor's house. And it's so hard for neighbors to have those discussions, and with little discretion anymore over that. Is there a way you can craft some way to make sure that, it was different planners, different building, department officials. So, of course we all want that to happen, but how do we as a city help? Those are some of the main issues that neighbors have is,
Privacy.
somebody placing, privacy. And
Sure. So Linda, I can answer regarding the ADUs, what we've done as a commission and council adopted. Last, time flies, I think it was last year, the state adopted regulations, it might have been the year before, 2019 actually, I think it was when it was, new setbacks saying that ADUs could be 4 foot from a side or rear property line, as long as it's a 1-story ADU. They didn't change them so what we did to address that was, okay, you can have that. However, if it's within what we adopted as a regulation was, if you choose to put or have an ADU within the main, what would normally be the setback to the main home, which is usually about 20 feet, 15 to 20 to 25 feet for a rear yard, and 5 to 10 or 15 feet for, depending on your lot size and your zoning, for the side yards. If you're within that area, the windows facing the property lines need to be clear stories. So they need to be, the bottom of the window needs to be at, I think it's 5.5 feet at a minimum. So you can still have a window and get light in and open operable windows and things like that, but it's not a privacy issue then. Or if you're having something that's lower than that, it needs to be permanently obscured. So like, a frosted window pane or something like that. If you want to have a clear window, and there are certainly places where it's facing a garage or the neighbor doesn't care, you can do that, but you do have to go through that design review process where the planning department notifies the adjoining neighbors and they can comment on it and go through that process. So that's how we've handled that for ADUs, Linda.
Okay.
The city does not have that for a single family home, although a single family home has usually greater setbacks in the zoning. I have worked in communities where additions to single family homes have design review. I don't think so. Sebastopol has the appetite or desire to go there. But that's how we've dealt with the smaller setbacks that are allowed by state for the ADU.
Yeah, I know it's a delicate issue, and the state just decided, well, we'll help you not have everyone whine. We'll just make the rules. And so that, like I said, we'll see if SB 9, survives or not. But I'm fine with the recommendation of option A.
Okay, thank you. Issue 3. Want to give us a reminder of this one?
Yes, had to unmute there. Do you want to do it, Elliot?
We already started talking about this with the rezoning, so I think you can just continue your conversation about the B list where you were. If you want to take it away, Jane.
So, yeah, we actually recommend that we're both conservative with our development capacity assumptions. And that addresses such things as the project in the flood zone that Carrie talked about a little bit ago, and how it was an inventory for 30 units and it ended up developing it at 18 or whatever it was, because the site was physically constrained. You can't put livable area below the base flood elevation. It's just the law. So a more conservative development capacity assumption would consider that, as well as the need for parking on site and all those other kinds of things. So we would suggest you both use conservative development assumptions and that you do this administrative B list of sites. And this addresses most of the things that we talked about a little bit ago. If the city has their A list of sites, and these are the ones that they need to meet their inventory, and those are the ones they put in the inventory, but we don't want to add more sites to that inventory unless we have to. Because if we add more sites, then we can't use them in the next time. You know, we want to save something for the next time. So we have a back pocket B list of sites that are already zoned for housing. This doesn't work if you have to rezone. You would have a back pocket B list of sites that are already zoned for housing that you can administratively take out and add to inventory, because all that inventory is, it's a demonstration to the state that you have adequate sites with appropriate zoning to meet your RHNA and to meet that RHNA throughout the housing element period. So it's become a dynamic inventory, and we're suggesting that you treat it that way.
Thanks for the summary. Any thoughts about this from the commission on these recommendations for B and C?
I feel like we covered both of these in, you know, so I think we're, yeah.
All right, sounds like B and C are good to go.
Yes.
Issue number 3. Issue number 4.
So we're required to list the quantified objectives, which are the amount of homes that the city expects to construct, rehabilitate, and keep from converting to market rate within the next 8 years. So that's something that we will be doing, and it needs to be, you know, at the RHNA level or above. You can say you want to do more. There's no penalty. The only reporting requirement on that regular quantified objectives is in the next housing element, where you have to go back and assess how well you did in reaching them. What this policy option asks is that in addition to that quantified objectives for units that are statutorily required, does the city also want to set these objectives for themselves to do so many beds of homeless housing, or so many safe parking pads, or so many things that HCD and the census don't count as actual units, but that fulfill some of your very real housing needs? A little more responsibility and reporting on it once a year, and the same thing with the next housing element, but I think it best reflects what Sebastopol's about.
And Jane, can I ask you a couple of questions on this?
Yeah.
As we get into this. So if you don't do some of those objectives, are you then not in compliance with your housing element?
No, there's no
issue?
obligation.
Okay.
It's simply stating an objective. The only thing you have to do is assess. You do have to assess how you're doing with your RHNA anyway. So this assessment only comes up during your annual report, and then when you do the next housing element.
Okay, and so to me, for those of you who have been through a general plan process, it would be similar to setting goals where you want to consider adopting certain policies or doing certain things. You know, I know the city, we've been very proactive as a city in terms of limiting non-hosted vacation rentals, because it's not consistent with our housing element of the goal of preserving existing housing stock for permanent residents. That's kind of the type of policy that I'm assuming you're talking about in this section, Jane.
Yep.
Okay. And as staff, I don't think we have an issue with the additional reporting. We frankly are doing that right now on all of these various policies with our status reporting to the state every year anyway.
So at what point do these, non-unit housing objectives that we decide on what those are, or do you bring them back to the planning commission at some point and say, these are the non-housing objectives we think you should consider, and then we say, yes, we want to do this one, this one, this one, no, we don't want to do this one, or is that how that's going to work?
Yes, exactly.
Great.
You would
And
tell
if you
us
have
to
input
explore
on
it.
those, you'll give that as a commission. You can give that to us either individually, you know, to staff, and we'll get to the housing element group, John, and the 4-leaf team, or in an open public meeting like this as well.
Okay, thanks. So any Any issues with this recommendation to go with option B from any of the commissioners?
No. And I suspect that our council, which recently approved an RV safe parking site for short-term, would want to, include these types of things in what we're telling the state and doing as a community.
Yep, great. All right, issue number 5.
So this isn't really an issue. This is, we're just being wide open here and saying there's all kinds of things, all kinds of programs that you could adopt that would help you have adequate sites without going through a rezoning process.
Mhm.
You could do a zoning code amendment that says you can have attached residential units on church sites. You can do a density bonus program that says once you meet the state density bonus program, if you also do things like, 100% permeable pavement, we'll give you another 2 units, or whatever it is to incentivize the things that you actually want to see. Probably the most outside of the box thing here is the density unit equivalents to incentivize units that are affordable by design. That has been adopted by at least one other Sonoma County jurisdiction. But it hasn't been effective because the fees, the impact fees, were not changed to also be like the 3-for-1 kind of thing. But this is a program that you could use to allow tiny homes that meet the requirements. There's a big push for tiny homes out there, and you could also do micro units in there. There is some need in Sebastopol for housing for smaller households. The census data showed us. So it's something that you could consider. You could consider limiting the area where it's at. This is all we're asking for you to do is tell us if there's any of this stuff that you don't, it's just a non-starter. Just don't even want to talk about it. You don't want us to spend any time on it.
And Jane, just so you know, and some of the other commissioners who aren't intimately familiar with all of the small details in our zoning ordinance, we already allow studio units, and I forget the size, smaller than a certain size to count as 0.5 of a unit.
Beautiful, you're already doing it.
So we already do that incentivizing. That's the Huntley Square project, actually, where it's 10 units. They would be allowed 7, but it's, with the small units, they're able to do a couple extra units. So, and that is, but the cottage development is certainly something, when you look at the co-housing programs and things like that, that the commission had the lecture series on at the start of this year. Those are some of those things. If there is a way to encourage the more grassroots housing, those could certainly be, some of those end up being like a real co-housing where it's a family, around a big farmhouse, and then you have really small units without kitchens. That type of thing is certainly potentially compatible with the ethos of Sebastopol.
Okay, any commissioners have anything on this list that is a non-starter for anybody?
Or other ideas that you'd like to see us explore?
I'm happy to throw out some other ideas too, but I just want to start with your question of any non-starters. For me, I don't see any non-starters here, but just wondering if other commissioners see anything that they don't like.
No, I don't see any non-starters either.
Great. Yeah, I love I know we do this a little bit, but I like the example you give for the density unit equivalents. I think that's a really interesting concept and something that could be useful, but I see how the impact fees would have to kind of be tailored to match that. And we have kind of revised our impact fees structure a bit already, kind of based more on a square footage basis, I believe. So we do have some alignment there, I think.
Yeah, we already give a discount for small units. So I will note one thing on the density bonus program, because we do have one project that they're utilizing, potentially going to use density bonus, not for the number of units, but for the some of the other concessions. It's a really difficult program for neighbors and of the project, and some folks in the community in general to understand. You know, you buy a house or you buy a condo, or you know, sort of have an assumption of what's going to be able to go on next door, and then all of a sudden the number of units is double what you think it is going to be. It can be a little bit shocking for people. I will say that Sebastopol already has a pretty, for our multifamily zones, we already have a pretty high base density of 29 units per acre. For instance, the Woodmark project, 84 units on Bodega, that is, I think, 28 units per acre. We certainly have heard a lot about, you know, they're basically taking out every single tree on the site, and how do they work with the site at that density if it's not a flat site. So there are some downsides to that, I think, just to be aware of in terms of what people's expectations are when they look at the zoning ordinance versus the density, a density bonus that is a whole bunch of extra stuff that they weren't expecting necessarily.
And the state program itself is very complex. So adding a city program on top of it could be more confusing. On the other hand, this is a good way my mantra is make the right way the easy way. It's a good way for the city to require the things that they want out of a program that you no longer have discretionary review authority over. So incentivize the things that you want by telling them they'll get a density bonus. You don't have to add more concessions. It's crazy how many concessions they already have to have.
Yeah, the state's already doubled that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it could be a useful program, you know, to, like you said, Jane, to get something that we want out of it. You know, we talk a lot about universal design and, you know, affordability and accessibility and things like that. So I think those are all really good examples of, you know, we get something, yes, we get more units, which is not a bad thing, but we also get something else out of it. You know, I like the workforce housing overlay. I'm also just wondering, I guess it's sort of related. I mean, workforce housing or an affordable housing overlay that allows just affordable housing by right in certain zoning districts, I think is something worth looking at. I know there's a lot of ways where the state is making it easier and easier to do affordable housing by right anyway, with things like SB 35 and other state regulations, but I think looking at an affordable housing overlay zone will help affordable housing developers. I mean, I've worked on plenty of affordable housing projects where it's, you know, a 5-year entitlement process, and those are draining and expensive. And, you know, it's hard to build affordable housing anyway, and then to have to go through 5 years of entitlements just adds more to the cost. So anything we can do to sort of streamline that kind of thing, I would be in favor of. I'm also, you know, a big fan of missing middle housing. I've got the book sitting right here on my desk, and they have a lot of great ideas about how to, and I know it would be very controversial in a lot of ways, but looking at, you know, what they talk about a lot of missing middle housing is specifying the form that you want, you know, how big of a structure you want, and not focusing so much on the density, because density can be very misleading. You know, we all get very caught up in a density number because, I don't know, you know, high numbers we're afraid of. We think it's going to be more units, where you can have a well-designed, small-scaled, multifamily building that has a lot of units in it, that if you knew what the density was, you would be outraged, you know? And I'm just going to throw out a very quick personal example. Carrie knows about this. I've been trying to do my own little 2-unit development in town, like, but essentially be a house and an ADU, one on top of the other. They're both about 600 square feet. It's on a very tiny little lot. If I'm successful in doing this, the actual density, and I know the city doesn't count, you know, densities differently for smaller units, but just if you look at a unit, but you have 2 units on a 1,400 square foot lot, the density is about 62 units an acre. So that would just blow anyone's mind in Sebastopol if I told them I was doing 62 units an acre, but I'm only doing 2 units on a little lot. So I just think that there's ways to talk about some of these things. And I know our zoning code is sort of based on density, but I personally am interested in looking at other ways of regulating some of this stuff that doesn't get us so caught up in this number of density, because I think we take a lot of development opportunity away from sites that could be developed very contextually and very nicely just because of this density number. So anyway, that's kind of something I like to throw out there for consideration.
So cottage housing development, encouraging those, kind of, I heard you say a little form base, give them the cubic size that they can do and let them worry about how many units are in there. Whatever the average single family home is in the neighborhood to get that much.
Yeah, and again, this missing middle housing kind of book, talks about, you give a maximum building width and you give a maximum building depth. That's what we're really concerned about. We don't want these giant, big apartment complexes in a single family neighborhood. And again, I've pointed out these examples before, but there's a building at the corner of Vine and Calder. It looks like a single family house and there's 4 units in it.
Yep.
And it's in a single family residential zone and it would never be allowed to be built today, but it's there and it's fine.
Get me the address, because ABAG is hiring a photographer to go out and take pictures of missing middle of housing that actually exists.
I sent a photo to Carrie or John, I
perfect.
think.
Okay.
That was in one of my lists. I can give you the address too, Jane, just so you can take a look at it. But things like that. And again, like that has about literally maybe an 18-inch setback from the back of the sidewalk. And it's also kind of that as well. It has no setback. It's 4 units. There's so many things that are not allowed with this, but it fits in the neighborhood and it's fine. It's been there. It's an old house. It's been there forever. So I just want to look at things like that. I would also be happy to have, a duplex on any single family's lot in Sebastopol. I don't see any reason why any single property in Sebastopol couldn't have a duplex on it. And I'm not talking about a house in an ADU. I'm talking about 2 1,200 square foot, 3-bedroom, side by side, upstairs, downstairs. It's a very traditional housing type you see in a lot of very old traditional neighborhoods, but we don't do that here. And I was actually looking at our zoning code, and we talk a lot about, and Sebastopol doesn't really have any like poor neighborhoods. There's no like ghetto in Sebastopol, but we do have, if you look at our zoning map, all of our multifamily housing is in, again, I wouldn't say they're poor neighborhoods, but I will say they're the poorer neighborhoods. We don't see any multifamily housing in Swain Woods. Right. We don't see any multifamily housing off of Valentine or Covert, those areas that are kind of newer and nicer, maybe, we put all the multifamily housing in kind of closer in neighborhoods. And I think we need to sort of spread this out a little bit. And it's an equity issue, single family housing. It's, a common knowledge at this point that it came out of, trying to keep minorities out of neighborhoods. So I think there's, we need to kind of get beyond that history. And I think especially in Sebastopol, I think it's something that fits with who we are, and if you look around Sebastopol, we're also a very white community, I mean, that's not a surprise that we are that way, because 80% of our residential land is zoned for single families only. And that's the most expensive housing there is. And a lot of minorities can't afford that type of housing. And I think we need to change that. Kathy?
Yeah, I agree. We need to change it, but with all due respect to that concept, the city has been trying to do that since I've been around. Down at the end of Valley View, when the first homes came in, they put in some apartment units at the bottom. We got those units in. Meadowlark, we got a couple of units there. When I'm trying to think of the name of the one that wraps around, was it Blossomwood or something? right where you come off at the end of Jewel, there's a couple of houses that we got in there, but it's really hard. It's that I have to say that we've been working on it, trying to get developments to have inclusionary housing within their neighborhoods. It's usually, you know, at the end of the property or the last houses they build after selling all the others.
Yeah.
But we're working on it. You know, we just need to do more of it.
And I know it's hard, and it's very hard to do those buildings. And even if we were to allow this by some miracle and say any lot you could do a duplex on Sebastopol, I doubt we would get very many. I mean, I don't think it's going to be someone that's going to be rushing out to do this. And I will tell you again, from my own experience of trying to do this little tiny 2-unit building, you know, the margins are very tight, and it's very hard to do. Construction is very expensive right now. And it's hard to make little projects pencil out. So I really have no concern that we will all of a sudden be overrun with duplexes in Sebastopol. I mean, I think if we get 10, we would be lucky. But I think the more we can do to give people a variety of options, the better. So any of these new programs, I'm all in favor of, because I think we just need to throw things out there.
Okay.
And something will fit for somebody somewhere. You know, we definitely just need more housing.
Would you want to look at a program where we allow interior conversions of existing units for up to 3 units?
I personally, yes, I would.
The plexes.
Yeah, I mean, if it's an existing, again, like that house that has 4 units in it was probably a single family house at one time that was carved up into 4 units. And so it looks like a single family house. And I think that's what people are concerned about. They're concerned about changing your neighborhood. So if you have a large house, there's a house on the corner of, I also like to point out, of on Wilton and North High Street, kind of there behind Rite Aid. It looks like an old farmhouse. It has 3 units in it. Why not? You know, so I think any interior conversion, if you can carve it up in a way that makes sense, I'd certainly be in favor of that.
I think the only thing we have to look at with that would be parking. There's also right behind Rite Aid that aging, that home for seniors, that's also cut up in several. But you know, parking is an issue. So just, you know, as long as parking isn't an issue, I think it's a great idea.
Great. This is really helpful.
Linda Kelly here.
Go ahead, Linda.
Am I? Okay. You know, we have spent some time on ADU type uses. I don't remember when the cutoff was it for our housing. Was it 2016 that you couldn't after that use your ADU as a vacation rental, or the front house could be rented out, you could live in the back. I don't remember quite the rules, but I am concerned that our rules are tight around that issue. I think, if I'm correct, we're still working on that, Carrie?
That is correct. So the current regulations are that if you constructed an ADU after 2017, that's when all the development impact fees were greatly reduced and pretty much eliminated at this point to encourage housing, not short-term rentals. And the setbacks were changed and those types of things. If you created an ADU after 2017, you would need a use permit to rent the ADU for short-term rental. And John and I are consistently telling people you're not going to get a use permit approved by the Planning Commission to use your ADU as a short-term rental unless there's it's a special circumstance, like there is a permanent resident there and you're using it, you know, while they're gone for the summer on sabbatical or whatever, you know, something like that. You can live in the ADU and rent the main house. But that's one of the policies that we'll be bringing back to you hopefully in early 2022 to look at potentially how we look at those. And
So if we're
frankly, that
looking
does
at-
help some people afford to live in Sebastopol if they build the ADU or convert an ADU and live there while they rent the main house until they have a growing family and move up. So
Does that apply also to the JDUs?
that does apply to a JAD. You cannot rent that short-term rental. Additionally, a JADU does require owner occupancy in one of the units. In an ADU and single-family home, you can rent both of the units long-term.
So if we're looking at a workforce housing overlay, I want to make sure that anything that we're, increasing allowances, maybe not workforce as much as, the incentivizing smaller units by design, especially if it's going to go, you can have 3 units, that those rules and those policies that we've done for ADUs apply to those other small units that we create, because we cannot lose one more not affordable, but family housing. My good friend is being evicted. She just lives just north of the city. She lives on the property line of the city, and she's being evicted, and no special accommodations were made, and now, and it's awful. And the woman is going by the rules of how to evict her, but I don't believe it. Just like what happened in San Francisco when, you could kick someone out because a family member was moving in there, and how many of those were false. And so even a monitoring of that is asking for the moon, but that's the only way we'd know sometimes.
I just want to jump back to this duplex issue. I don't mean to beat this up, but I'm just kind of looking at our zoning code. We did the zoning code update. We made this new R5 zoning district that would allow duplexes, but there's only like 9 lots in town that have it, and 6 of them already have a duplex.
Exactly right.
So, and I was looking at that, and the minimum lot size is a 4,000 square foot lot, but the density, the maximum density is 1 unit per 3,630 square feet. So you would need like over 7,000 square foot lot to actually be able to build a duplex in that zone. So that just needs to be matched up. If we're going to allow duplexes, we need to make sure the density allows you to actually build a duplex on a more typical lot size. I mean, I would say there's certainly plenty of lots in town that are less than 7,000 square feet. And again, I think they should be allowed to have a duplex on them without having to meet this kind of minimum lot, minimum kind of density requirement again. So it kind of goes back to that density issue of, is that the right way to really look at this?
So maximum form rather than density.
That's what I'm interested in. Any other thoughts about programs from anyone? All right, does that kind of give you what you're looking for from us for this evening?
Yes, this is fantastic. It's been really helpful. Really appreciate the input.
Good. Does any commissioners have any other final thoughts they want to make about the presentation tonight? All right, well, thank you so much for coming, Team 4-Leaf. Look forward to the next presentation.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so going back to our agenda, the next item is this Planning Commissioner training discussion. And I guess I can just jump in and introduce this since this was my idea. I don't know if anyone had a chance to look at that linked course, but this organization, Planetizen, has a planning commissioner training series. It's like a 10-course series that I came across recently. And I just thought it would be kind of a nice idea for all of us to kind of get a kind of common training on what it is to be a planning commissioner and kind of planning law and kind of standards. And I had reached out to the city council to suggest that we do something like this. It does have a price tag associated with it. So I know it ultimately has to be approved by the council. So I reached out to the council members. I did get a response from Council Member Gurney, who liked the idea. And so she suggested bringing it to the full commission for discussion. And if we are interested in it, then forwarding it to the city council to make a recommendation to allow us to take this training. And my idea is that we would take it in a public meeting like this for the current commission. And then as new commissioners are added in the future, they would be required to take this course kind of on their own, so we always have the same kind of level of kind of background knowledge just about what it is to be a planning commissioner. So does anyone have any thoughts or about that, or yay, nay?
I'll jump in. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea to do it on the public forum, not only because it makes it easier for us, but because I believe in, if you're going to do it, let's let future, let's utilize this for, not just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be interesting for, some community members, maybe not a lot, but, we would have to pay, you have to pay by the number of commissioners taking the class. But if we do it in a public forum, whoever else wants to participate and watch. And that, again, if we do it in a public setting, then we can at least have a conversation about it afterwards and, probably bring up some issues and questions, specific to, I don't think it's specific to California planning. It's sort of a national program, but Carrie could probably help respond to, sort of California specific issues if things might be a little bit different in California or whatever. So we could have kind of a dialogue amongst ourselves and have a better understanding of how some of these things apply to California law. And I just know one in particular, like our general plan, most of the country calls them a comprehensive plan. And probably in this course, I'm assuming they call it a comprehensive plan. But, so just like there might be little things like that, but there are also maybe more significant issues with planning law that are different in California. But I think at least be a good place to start the conversation and learning a little bit more about what it is that we're doing here. Anyone else? Anyone opposed to it, I guess?
How much is it to attend?
I have to look back. It was, I want to say it was like 300 and something a person. And if you have a group like us, you get like a 10% discount. So I want to say it was around $300 a person or something. So, I mean, there's, I know that there was no applicants for the last application period, and that application period has been extended. I don't know if you've gotten any applications yet, Carrie, for new commissioners. So
not that I know of. Usually the city clerk sends me an application if she receives one.
So we may, Zach leaves, we'll be down to 5 if we get no new applicants. So we could have between 5 and 7 of us that would, the city would be paying for.
So it'd be between 1,500 for 5 commissioners and 2,200 for 7 commissioners. And we do have budget amendment requests due later this week. So getting input from the commission tonight is very timely in terms of if this were to start in sometime in the new year.
Anyway, I guess if there's no opposition, then I will let Councilmember Gurney know. Kathy, go ahead.
I would just say that it just depends on when it is. I'm already giving up activities that I'd like to do on Tuesdays. So if you're adding more, if it's more meeting times or other evenings, it might be hard for me to attend.
Yeah, I would think it's not gonna be, no additional outside of, a regular every other Tuesday, second and fourth Tuesday. It would just be in a regular meeting, and it may not be, if we have a really full agenda, then it may get, pushed off to, I can work with Carrie on sort of scheduling it. I don't need 4 or 5 hour meetings either, for sure. So I think it's kind of, we can fit it in as we can during our regular scheduled meetings. I don't know what the full length of it is. I know there were 10 courses. I think some of them may be 30 minutes. I didn't look to detail as to how long each one was. But yeah, I think we should gear it towards whatever else we have going on. We certainly have meetings where we have nothing and, we have nothing going on.
Paul, when I looked at it, they ranged from about 45 minutes to 60 minutes per session.
So yeah, my intention would not be to increase our, regularly scheduled meetings or increase, an unreasonable amount of time, but in a meeting, but, it may take us 6 months to get through all of them, or who knows, but then I do think it'd be nice for future commissioners to have to kind of, take it over a period of time, say within your first year, you got to take the course or something like that, give some time frame that as people are added to the commission that they would be required to take that as well.
Yeah, as long as it seems useful and pertinent to the things that we do. The issue of it not being in California law is a little bit of an issue, but if it's just the general process, I could see it being useful.
Chair Fritz?
Yes.
I'd be willing, if it's going to be during planning commission time already, and it's going to be YouTube, so then we will have it for future use.
Yeah.
Maybe future planning commissioners would be required to watch the YouTube videos if there isn't a copyright issue or whatever.
Yeah, it's
and
good.
Then, and it was $300 or so for the whole course for each planning commissioner, or
Yes.
is it per course? Or
For the whole
maybe,
thing, for all 10, for the whole thing.
And I think instead of making a recommendation that we should do this, is we could pilot it and see how it worked out, and if we thought the information was presented in a way that was applicable to us.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. If we get to the end and that wasn't super relevant. I'm just looking at it now, and I'll just tell you that the courses are Introduction to Planning, Planning Official Ethics, what is a comprehensive plan or general plan, an overview of the planning process, working with the public, basic legal framework for planning officials, constitutional limits on planning and zoning, how does zoning work, the site plan, and an overview of the zoning process.
Okay.
And yeah, it looks like they're about 38 minutes to 67 minutes is the longest one.
Yeah, so I certainly think if we move forward with this, I like Linda's idea of piloting it. There are other programs out there, as you know, that in the past SSU has done the Planning Commissioner Academy. It's been more like the SB 35 or the fire recovery and that kind of, planning for fire hazards, things like that. But they have not done that the last couple of years. I do not know if they'll be doing it this coming year. It doesn't preclude us from doing that as well, but that's usually it's either a Friday or Saturday. I can't quite remember.
It's usually a Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, thank you. But that certainly doesn't necessarily preclude us doing that if that happens again. The League of California Cities also does have a Planning Commission Academy, which has a lot of the same courses, which is another alternative. Again, piloting this, I certainly support the education and the components of it. Having not looked at the course to know the content, but certainly the curriculum seems appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, if you have other suggestions, Carrie, of other, maybe California specific courses, I'm certainly open to that too. I just came across this one and thought it was a good idea. So I'm happy to sort of take a look at some other ideas if they make sense.
Yeah, I've attended Lead California Cities before. It's an actual 2 or 3 day conference,
Okay.
though, and so that's very difficult. And,
Yeah.
And then they have a number of different topics, and so you can kind of just like it's a conference format.
Yeah.
So that's an option. It's a little bit more expensive certainly than something like this, and it's usually it's not something all the commissioners end up being able to do time wise.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, even that Sonoma State program, I've gone in the past, but it's not a requirement. It doesn't always work for everybody. But I figured this is something we can sort of bring to us, and like I said, we can schedule them as it works with our schedule, rather than going to a conference or having to require people to go out someplace to attend something like that. But if you do come across any other online things like this that could work, I'm happy to take a look at those too. Okay. So it sounds like there's general okay with if we can fit this in, and so I'll work with Councilmember Gurney on taking this to the council for the budget adjustment.
Yeah, and actually, Paul, because I have a budget amendment due, I will just put it in the planning department budget as a request when I submit that later this week.
Okay.
And then I'll let you know when that, if I need support or, need you to speak to that at council when it goes. I don't know what date budget amendments are going to be heard by council.
Okay, sounds good. Which brings us to subcommittee updates. Any updates, Kathy?
Yes, I ran into Mr. Music recently, and he said, "Did you notice the stage has been repaired in Ice Park?" So that's really exciting. Rotary came up with money that I think that Mr. Music added to it. And there's a ramp with the handrail and stairs and a skirt along the front. So it doesn't look like it's missing its front teeth anymore. Looks great. And I feel like that's 13 things that have just happened in this town because somebody talked to somebody and they had time and some fun. So we got a lot done. There are a few more low-hanging items. I'll just mention a few. We talked about painting the lamp poles black, but some of the poles might move if we jump into the creek restoration. Fencing could change if we jump into that. One thing we are concerned about, Everett and I, the recycling is into a 3-can system now, with the waste can, a recycling can, and the composting can. And right now, I know that the park gets picked up by, I think, the city, and it all goes into 1 can. And that seems like a hard thing to accomplish because there are so many working parts to making that happen. So it doesn't really seem like a low-hanging fruit thing, even though it seems simple enough. It just isn't. And one others, I see some new benches have come into the park. They're in public places. And again, we'd want to plan those if we had a creek restoration plan moving forward without spending money now that we could spend later. So I almost feel like a lot of the low-hanging things are complete at this point. I wouldn't, I hate to disband the committee, but I can't see doing any more work on the low-hanging fruit. So perhaps the committee wants to evolve into something else, maybe at a future time, which might become the starting point for the Friends of Ives Park, which could occur once we have a real design going forward, because we could start raising matching funds and things. So.
Commissioner Ottinger, I would suggest we not disband it quite yet, and since we're still going through the Calder Creek Naturalization Project, and if we need to pull in representatives from the commission that are less than the quorum, I'd like to be able to do that with the subcommittee, like we did with the charrette. I think that was extremely helpful in developing those options. And so after we go to council, there might be a need to regroup and do that again.
Yeah, and I still have the energy to do that. I just feel like the low hanging fruit was really our part of our mission, along with some fundraising, and I don't think we're in a position right now to do that. But we can be here, and something else might be identified in the park that could be fixed quickly too. So, yeah, let's keep it around. Just want you to know, I've made a lot of check off that I'm willing to do right now. So it's kind of a back burner thing for me, except for the creek restoration. That's really in the forefront of my mind.
Thanks, and thanks for participating in that charrette. 'Cause I don't know what it looked like before, but I thought the options they came up with were really good. So I'm glad you and Everett were there to give them some feedback. Any other subcommittee updates? I'll just report that what is my subcommittee called? Design Guidelines Subcommittee. We have started meeting, so that's good. We've had a couple meetings so far, working on some kind of objective design standards and yeah, so kind of moving ahead slowly on that one. Nothing really to report yet in terms of product. And did we ever get anyone assigned to the zero waste? Are you on that too, Kathy, or was that
No,
Everett?
I think Everett is on that.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, I think Everett. Kathy is on the climate action along with Commissioner Burns.
I'm having a hard time really jumping in there and figuring out what I'm doing because it feels super busy right now if somebody else wanted to do it. But I'll hang in there because, I care about it. I just don't know.
Yeah, and I think Vice Chair Ottinger, one of the things is that we have the Civic Spark Fellow, Phoebe Golden, who's working on the climate action framework that will go to the Planning Commission. And so I think, representing the Planning Commission as she's working through that process will be helpful.
Okay.
From that perspective.
I want to get to that point, yes.
Yeah, she'll be picking up and working on that. She just presented the work plan to the city council, and so I had a meeting with her about other focus groups and the other outreach she's going to be doing in January.
Great. Well, how about planning director's report?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Fritz. So let's see. I'll add on a couple of things to the Ives Park. The community sculpture garden, it looks like the installation for those is going to be happening, those sculptures is going to be happening in early January with an opening celebration later on one of the later Saturdays in January. I don't have that yet, but I'll certainly let you all know when that'll actually be finalized after the January 5th Public Art Committee meeting, as we are working on those logistics for installation right now. The upcoming or past meetings, at last Tuesday's meeting, the council did their reorganization. Our new mayor is Patrick Slater and vice mayor is Nisa Hinton, if you have not seen that in the papers. So those are the council appointees that they elected themselves. They also did approve the operating agreement, so that was the final step for council to approve the safe parking for RVs at the Amerigas site on the north side of town. The address for that is 845 Gravenstein Highway North. Some of you have been around a while will know it because there was a mixed use project approved on that site in 2016 or 2017. Which expired and the owners decided not to do it. The owners who had done that project proposal have actually had the property for sale for a number of years. St. Vincent de Paul actually purchased the site as part of looking forward as potentially in the future doing affordable housing of some sort there. So this is the interim temporary use, which council is authorized and they have funding to do for 1 year. As part of that, council will also be looking at parking regulations for Morris Street and other areas. That will be on the December 21st agenda, so next Tuesday. They will also be looking, so they'll be doing a discussion and giving direction to staff, and that's the police department staffing for vehicle regulations on streets, anticipating an ordinance would come before them sometime in January. The planning commission, the planning commission composition, so changing the geography to the school districts and officially eliminating the alternate is going to city council next Tuesday as well. I don't think I need a planning commission liaison for that, because it's pretty straightforward at this point. However, if anyone is going to be there and plans on showing up, please let me know, and I will be sure to note that you're there. If council has any questions for existing city planning commission members. And then upcoming meetings, we will not have a December 28th meeting, but we will have the January 14th planning commission meeting for sure. And then on January 18th, sorry, it's not January 14th. We will have the first meeting in January. I don't have the date down. The January 18th city council meeting is the scheduled date, notice date for the Huntley Square proposal to city council. And so I'll check the planning commission liaison. I will certainly want a planning commission representative at that. That's a pretty complex project that the commission heard very thoroughly, so I want to make sure the commission's perspective is represented should they have any questions with that. And I think that's it. However, we have John Jay here, so I'm going to ask John if there's anything that he knows of that might be of interest to the commission.
I don't have anything. The January 11th was the day.
Thank you.
The second week there, and I do anticipate having an agenda item on that meeting date. So we'll look
Thank
forward
you.
to hearing that.
Yeah, I think John will have one item, and I believe we also have the gas station ban ordinance. I believe will be coming to the commission at that date. It'll be either that or the 28th, the second meeting in January, but it will be coming to the commission in January for the zoning ordinance revisions for that. And thank you, John. Any questions?
I do, Linda Kelly. I think I heard you say that the housing project that was going to be next to O'Reilly is changing ownership. And what does that do with the plans they submitted, and what's happening with the Cirrus garden there?
Sure. So that project had gone through, for those who weren't on the commission at the time, that the proposal was for there's two vacant parcels behind the O'Reilly office building. I think it's 1011 Grumman Highway North, but most of you will know because it's the big office building just south of the trail and on the north city limits behind. So that had come to the commission for a preliminary review, as well as DRB for about 100 unit townhome condo project, residential project. Got good feedback from both the planning commission and the design review board, tree board. One of the big concerns was that the Ceres garden is on that site, and that would most likely need to move. So you're correct, Linda, that has changed property ownership. There's no commitment either way with a preliminary review that is done and closed out. So it's up to the applicant to come forward with if they have an alternative or if they move forward with the project in some fashion. I have been meeting with the Ceres. I did meet with the Ceres folks recently. They're looking at alternative site possibilities, just to try to figure out, contingencies and things like that. I did hear that there was some concern that the new owners because there was some soil contamination, had some concerns about them there being there. The Ceres Garden, however, is all brought in soil. So, you know, that's obviously it's nothing the city gets involved with. It's a landlord tenant issue at that point. So at this point, there's no formal application or movement on that project.
And do you know if the owner or the new owner is a developer?
I believe so, but I'm not sure. We do have the contact. John actually has the contact information for the architect representing the owner if you wanted to contact them with additional questions.
Yeah, ask him to build 100% affordable project.
Tiny.
Although, Linda, I will know, we will meet the targets on those levels. It's above market rate housing. We're not going to meet our target on potentially for RHNA this time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that project
However,
was proposed to add to do affordable, inclusionary affordable, which would have been 12 to 15 units, I think, and the others being market rate.
Okay, thank you for the info.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you all. It's a bit of a long meeting tonight, but I think we got a lot done. Seems like it was pretty productive. So I will see you all. Everyone have a happy holiday.
Bye.
See you a week before then, and see you all early January.
Happy holiday. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Night.
Good night, everyone.